Okay, bitch, I made it. Took a little time. Guess I really needed patience.
Yo, what's up, cadets? It's Blue Nova, and I'm back with a new tutorial on how to mix your vocals using nothing but stock and free plugins. Before we get into it, go ahead and subscribe, hit the bell notification icon so that you're notified every time there's a new video. If you want to get the vocal preset, it's available with a link in the description, also at the top of the comments. Now let's go ahead and get into it. So I'm going to let you guys take a preview of what we're going to get today. By the way, this is also an original song, so I hope you guys enjoy.
Yeah. Okay, bitch, I made it. Took a little time. Guess I really needed patience. Saw me in the making. Give me all the love. Come and say congratulations. I was down bad and I made it out the slums. Take a look now. Is you crazy? Is you dumb? F them niggas if they hating. Watch me level up. Come and say congratulations.
Alright, cool. So the first thing we're going to do is put some auto-tune onto the vocal. As I mentioned before, we are using nothing but free stock plugins, but for the preset, I did put a backup just in case you guys don't have Antares auto-tune. So what I'm doing, just correcting my vocals because I'm pretty much melodic rapping in this song. So I set my key and scale, as you can see, to F minor. And my retune speed, I set mine anywhere between 10 to 15, but for now I'm just keeping it at 10. And here's what it sounds like by itself.
Yeah. Okay, bitch, I made it. Took a little time. Guess I really needed patience. Saw me in the making. Give me all the love. Come and say congratulations.
Now, if you don't have Antares Auto-Tune, what you can do is get M-Auto Pitch, which is a free auto-tune and format shifting plugin that anyone can cop online. All right, cool. So after auto-tuning your vocal, the next thing we're going to get into is compression. So what I'm using is Fruity Limiter, and I'm selecting the compressing section in order to activate the compressor. So with the compressor, I'm just making sure I'm taking care of any overextended peaks in my vocals and just making sure everything is very consistent. So here's what it sounds like with it.
Yeah.
So I can feel this fall, can't even talk to her, because I know she gon' break my heart. But I can feel it all, I can feel it all. I don't need no light. Okay. I'm gonna make a song. Okay, I don't know what's the key of this beat actually. I can't hear myself. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Definitely the wrong key. Yeah, 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 whoa, yeah. I'm gonna record some lines real good. I think I'm gonna say did some lyric on my phone. I'll make sure that you'll be something like that. I'll make sure that you'll be mine, something like that. I got so far. Why you? Oh, that's why. This is what I got so far. I just realized there's 2 audio tracks.
make sure that you meet.
It's way off.
I'll make.
Okay, I think I'm gonna do it alone. So
I'll make. I'll make sure that you meet mine. I'll make sure that you meet. I'll make sure that you.
I forgot to put mic mod. Ah, my god, dude. Not that. Oh, wrong. There it is. 15
I'll make sure that you'll be mine. I'll make sure that you'll be mine. I'll make sure.
I'm just gonna re-record actually. It sounds so To be fair, I'ma change this part here. Where is it? Give me okay. What's right with mine? There's a whole lot. Be with me, then you will shine. Be with me, then you. Be with me before. Be with me. Be with me, be my Valentine. Be with me, be with me either on. Be with me. Be. I'm in love with your design. Like, baby, you're so fine. Baby, you're so fine. That's right there. What the hell? Forgot. I'm gonna make something real quick. Let me show. I'll make sure that you'll be mine. Alright. Okay, I'm pretty sure y'all can hear this. I need to turn it off if I speak. Don't know if I speak in this. Not what the hell am I on about? Okay, there's no voice. Okay, why it's not playing and why my screen went black? Never mind, we back. Okay, we back. Alright. Oh damn, it's loud. Yeah, this love had me feeling same like that. Yo, what you gonna do? Oh, your notification keeping me awake like, baby girl, what you tryna do tonight? Oh, yeah, what you tryna do tonight? Like, baby girl, I'm free tonight. I'm always free, like when you tryna do something with me.
I'm free when you're free I'll be with you every day like you gotta be by my side eternity I fell in love the Rex, I fell in love the Haze I ain't need it no more, I just saw you right I ain't need the behind this, I need you right now I ain't dig outside you, be safe for your
Yeah, this love had me feeling same like baby girl, what you gonna do? Oh, your notification keeping me awake like baby girl, what you tryna do tonight? Oh, yeah, what you tryna do tonight? Like baby girl, I'm free tonight. It's hella distorted, I don't know why. Which one does this? Oh yeah, this one. You gonna do? What's this? Wait. Okay. Do tonight. Oh yeah, what you tryna do tonight? Like baby girl, I'm free tonight. I'm always free, like when you tryna do something with me.
I'm free when you're free I'll be with you every day like you gotta be by my side eternity I fell in love the Rex, I fell in love the Haze I ain't need it no more, I just saw you right I ain't need the behind this, I need you right now I ain't dig outside you, be safe for your
Oh, it's the one. Yeah, this love had me feeling same like baby girl, what you gonna do? Oh, your notification keeping me out. Alright, I'm pretty much done, innit? Wait, why I can't find my bloody masters? What's my masters? Not masters. I'm gonna render real quick. I want to listen to it sped up if it sound good. Wow, 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 wow. This love had me feeling insane, like baby girl, what you tryna do? Yeah, yeah. Oh shoot. Yeah, this love had me feeling insane, like
turn. This love had me feeling same like baby, yo, what you gonna do? Your notification keeping me awake like baby girl, what you tryna do tonight? Oh, yeah, what you tryna do tonight? Like baby girl, I'm free tonight. I'm always free like when you tryna do something with me. I'm free when you're free, I'll be with you every day.
Yeah, definitely better. Okay, I must send it to him. Oh my freaking. Okay, what's Discord at? I'm gonna open Discord and let's see. Okay. Wait, what's the file that I need to upload this? Spotify, she. Spotify. Not Spotify. SoundCloud. I need to upload some of them on YouTube as well. Oh, I need to log in. Whoa, 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 whoa. This love had me feeling insane like baby girl, what you tryna do? This song is hard though. Which one was it? This one, right?
I know that I was wrong. You put me in my place. I lied right all along. I lied right to your face.
Don't tell me I don't know your bullshit. Don't tell me.
I'll take the blame for you, girl. I'll take the blame. I'll take the blame for you, girl. I'll take the blame. You see me barely breathing. Tell me what you want me to do. I'm stuck up with the heathen.
Hold on, I want to listen to it on Spotify. How it sounds. It sounds right. Yeah.
This love had me feeling same like baby, yo, what you gonna do? Your notification keeping me awake like baby girl, what you tryna do tonight? Oh, yeah, what you tryna do tonight? Like baby girl, I'm free tonight. I'm always free like when you tryna do something with me. I'm free when you're free, I'll be with you every day. You gotta be by my side eternity, I fell in love the rex, I fell in love the haze. I need it, I'm gonna just let you do that.
I'm gonna mix the original as well. This love had me feeling insane. Oh, abort. Yeah. Nor enable.
Behind inside of you right now. I dig outside you, be safe for your life.
this. Okay, this is the normal version. Sound less quieter. It's now a bit more quieter. Don't know why. Normal. I'm gonna put this private. Don't tell me. Okay.
She like, how am I switching my flow? Okay, got it, all these bands on my coat. Ay, whoa, okay. Got to have bands to be outside. Spinning around with my Drake, say. Hey, she running around with the Draco, like. Hey, baby, I don't know if you got that back. Really something wrong with the way you say. Hey, sliding around with Drake, say. Got me guessing around, hey. Got me feeling all alone, She be on phone and texting John, I ain't see that, I'm like, what's up? I'm gonna punch you to the floor, you don't know, got me acting like yeah. She like, how am I switching my flow? Got it, all these bands on my coat, wow, okay. Got to have bands to be outside. Spinning around with my Drake, say. She running around with the Draco, baby, I don't know if you got that back. Really something wrong the way you say.
This shit's so cold, bro. Might support this shit. It's pretty much done, so I'm gonna bloody upload it. Got a bunch of songs in the bloody, what's it called? The thing, I forgot what's the thing called. Don't tell me, oh no, that's your bullshit. Don't tell me, is this a song?
She be on.
Hold on, let me actually, where is it? Oh shoot, I can find it. Let me bring this here real quick. I need to find what's the song. Dom Corleo song almost complete. I'm gonna try and speed it up. Let's see how that sounds, if it's much better. I mean, it's kind of smooth.
She like, how am I switching my flow? Okay, got it, all these bands on my coat. Wow, okay. Got to have bands to be outside. Spinning around with my Drake, say. She running around with the Draco, baby, I don't know if you got that back. Really something wrong the way you say. Sliding around with Drake, say. Got me guessing around, got me feeling all alone, She be on phone and texting John, I ain't see that, I'm like, what's up? I'm gonna punch you to the floor, you don't know, got me acting like yeah. She like, how am I switching my flow? Got it, all these bands on my coat. Wow, okay. Got to have bands.
Okay, this one's pretty much finished. I need to get another one. Don't tell me, never your bullshit. Don't tell me. Did someone text me? Who the hell is this? Don't tell me, never your bullshit. Tell me.
I'm just playing, ladies, you know.
if I pretend to be fine. Person is doing a crime.
I'm gonna put the volume all the way down. I'm not allowing y'all to even listen to this. This shit's so fire, dog. I haven't mastered it yet. I can't wait to master this. I only mix it for a little. Oh, this sounds so much better. Oh my god. This shit's so hard, dog. That's gonna be hard. I'm gonna try and do something like that. Gotta put something like that because it's flipping, disturbing it. That's kinda sick, you know. Oh my gosh. That's so fire. Okay, I might need a bit more mixing on that. Which have I done this? I forgot. I think I've uploaded this on SoundCloud. I forgot. I think I uploaded it on SoundCloud, but it's not mastered.
Wake up and I can't.
I wake up and then I choco. Yeah, it's not mastered. Do 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 do. You say no, you little. They ain't gonna break. Wait, what? Oh, I think it's in here. Give me a sec. Bro, I have so much bloody opens. It's not even funny, bro. I forgot who made this. I think I forgot who made this. It's not finished yet, I think. Motherfucker voice cracked. Hold on. I wake up and I can't feel it all. Let me try and find it. FLFLP. Yeah, this one of the classic, but I haven't finished it yet though, so I might throw this away as an open. Wake up and I can't feel it all. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, damn. The presets aren't turned on. That's not good. You need to turn on. Ah, what the hell was? Oh, it's auto key. I was about to say, why is auto tune there? What's this? I don't need that. Damn. Oh. Why do I feel like it's auto key? Yeah, it's auto key. Why am I loud? Oh, I was recording. What's the key of the beat? D major. Now get that out. I might just make this open. What am I recording this on? I was just bullshitting around here. I'm pretty sure this bit's much longer. Yup, oh my days. Wait, never mind, it's not that long. I need to find the chorus. This is the verse. It's gonna be hard to finish this, bro. It's gonna be hard. I don't know if I'm gonna finish that. I guess I must finish it. DMB hyper. What's this? Yeah. What the heck? What the hell? I don't even wanna know if it's wrong. This shit's so hard, boy. I don't know how to finish it. That's the problem. Let's see about that. How's that sound? I just bloody freestyle to it. Just save it. I don't know. I don't know if I should finish it. What's what? Extract. Oh, I think I remembered. I think, yeah, I remember this. This beat is hard though. I need to try and finish this. What the heck? Ah. This beat's so hard though. I'm gonna put the bass a little up. Oh no, she's Japanese. This might go for, ain't gonna lie, this might work. Till Uh, she, I don't even know she's Japanese. Bro, that sounds so weird. Look at this chat. I can't say that again. Hold on, chat. Give me a sec. Yeah. I don't know if I should win assist. I'm gonna do a golden hour cover. Should I? Nah. I'm gonna play bloody Modern Warfare. I need to grind that shit. I'm tired. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm mentally tired right now. I'm being honest. Like if I'm gonna vent on stream, I'm gonna vent right now. I am mentally tired. I feel like I'm not doing anything with my life. I'm trying everything just to I don't know. I don't know, bro. Just a little vent. Don't worry about it. Where's my controller? You found it. Let me open the screen. Should I eat my Japanese? I don't even know if she's Japanese. Is that racist, chat? I don't know if that's racist or not. No. I'm trying to grind for at least level 120 today. That's my goal. So I'm gonna be mentally drained. I can sleep mentally good. If you get mentally drained in the bloody morning and you feel good. This is pretty much my bloody work for now. Oh, and I'm not getting any money of it. I don't need no light to see your shine.
You're losing, Bravo!
You're golden eyes.
Enemy securing Alpha.
I'm loud.
Enemy is taking Alpha.
I'm gonna stream for another 2 hours doing this.
Enemy is taking Bravo.
Okay, can't hear anything. Okay, can hear now.
Domination.
Oh boy, I'm gonna kill you later. So good. I don't get how that I didn't kill it. That. Where the hell is it? Where's my class? Why is there so much bloody?
Switching mag. Hostile VTOL
Go.
in the area.
Reload,
Enemy is
brother.
taking Bravo.
Shoot! I just see that guy. Oh my god! Hit him! Thank you, bro. Yo, shine. Oh my god.
Securing objective Charlie. Enemy bomb rallies in the area. Securing Alpha.
Just chilling here, yeah. I didn't know he could kill me like that.
Securing Charlie.
Got your ass. Yeah, so good, bro. Imagine I get bloody a bit more. Ouch, ouch, ouchie, ouchie, ouchie. Just waiting for someone to come in. Bro, the VTOL is here. Nobody's doing anything about it. That's crazy, bro. Shoot it, god damn it.
Securing Charlie.
What the? Bro, that little barrel was literally in front of my face. Pause.
Bravo.
I'm gonna clip that. Hey, bro, it was literally in front of my face.
Enemy is gaining ground. Push them back. Enemy is securing Bravo.
Okay.
We're losing Bravo.
Ain't no way he didn't die like that. Like, bro.
Enemy is taking Bravo.
Hey, someone. Ain't no bloody way. Ah, this
Taking Alpha.
pistol, bro. Ah, shit. I think it's going to make on fusion. On my discount limiting. I'm white. I need battle harden. I cannot. Battle harden. Ain't no way I have to plus the battle harden. I have this though. Kill myself.
Alpha.
What the heck? What's this? Where? Oh.
Securing objective Bravo.
Oh my, nope, I cannot play that. I am so sorry, I am not playing that. Na 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 na. How do I unlock the Chimera? I need 3 more kills. How do I unlock the tech? Oh, I have to. Okay. Sniper. I almost unlocked everything. I unlocked it. Oh, I need to. In the battle pass? I need to buy the battle pass for that? Nah, that's why if I have to buy the battle pass for that. I need to go to my PlayStation account if I have to do that. Oh my gosh. What time is it? Oh, it's 17th. So the final's gonna be tomorrow. I don't know if I'm gonna stream it. I'm too tired. I'm just gonna make myself mentally drained. That's the way that I'm gonna able to sleep tonight.
Team deathmatch.
Oh, I see you. Bye bye. Ah, damn it. I don't need no light. Your I'm your teammate, puta. Bro, why is there so many people cuddled up in that bloody container? This gun is weak. I'm good. Oh, level 2, what we got? Nothing. Oh, uptake. Uptake she good, to be fair. Damn. Boy, shoot, I would have got a quad feet from that. God. Bro, all of them are huddled up. I'm gonna be mentally fucked up with this. Nope, nope, I cannot, nope. I'm gonna use default because it's much bloody better. I like the size of the scar, but I got feeling I do better with a actual sight, not an iron one. In a while. Finally, I got his ass. Oh my, tipping a. Who shot me? Oh my god! I didn't see. Oh nah. Was he using that silence? Oh, already. What the hell is that a beetle? That's a beetle. I'm immediately leaving. I don't care. Thank you, sister. What's my favorite side? I actually forgot. This? That's my fault. That's my fault. Don't worry about it. Oh, this is a sniper scope. This one I forgot. The one. Yep, this one. What? Wait, what? Well, I'm pretty sure there's a laser thing where you can use it as a... Oh, it's only for hip though, I think. I've seen people use it. Is it this one? How did they use it? Oh, got your ass. That's bloody war. Oh, no. I'm trying to stay alive as long as possible in this simulation. I have no bullets though. Oh my days, how many people inside of here? Just bloody cuddled up.
Our UAV is orbiting the area. UAV is bingo fuel. RTV at this time.
Ain't no way you're playing like that, bro. This is shit, man. Bro, if you don't want to play aggressive, play a big ass map or something, goddammit.
你看他妈的一整局在这叫唤，操！ 妈叽叽喳喳，叽叽喳喳。
What song is that? Bro, voice crack. Oh, I should have said something. I was about to say something, but and then that motherfucker said GG. Oh, that shit was jokes. This is small ass revolver. GG. Bro, that was funny. I feel bad for who said that. He got oh this one. Oh, but done. There we go. Whew. Don't need the light to see your shine. Is your I almost got this X12 to level 20. Let's get it. My main mission for this bloody game right now is just get pretty much 51 weapons leveled up and then do the camos. Stuff. Dead. Oh, here's someone. What the hell? I don't know what that is. There's people there. Yep, that's right. Here. Bro, what the hell? There's people. Not people. There's a person behind you, brother. He dead. I'm just gonna do like this and boom. Smoke, smoke. Got his ass. Give me my X12 back. I need to reload. And then we go. Oh, god damn it. I didn't even see that. Oh my god, what is this spawn? I hate shotgun. What? I was about to say, why is he not dying? Oh, I just threw a snake on us. Snake tear on us. I just said snake. God damn it, what's this spot? Oh, that's a teammate. Oh, puta! They're supposed to be behind us, god damn it. Ah, that's what the hell? Oh, he got a bomb on me! I'm gonna throw a tear gas. Another one there. Ooh, tear gas. Ooh, bomb. God damn, VTOL. They're inside in it. Oh my gosh, ain't no way I just missed that whole last shot. That's what atrocious. Cheer bop. Really double sound is used to push down. Bye bye. Alright. Where's the symbol at? Killing myself rather than people killing me. Oh, you know what? Someone kill me, please. Thank you. Let's get it. Ah, I need a better friendly fire. Oh, that's why. So. This gun is hella weak if you just use akimbo, bro. I ain't gonna lie, this gun is so weak. Is it done? It's not done, god damn it. What the hell? Ooh, made it.
Taking fire! Friendly UAV online.
Man went quiet. Bro forgot he was unmuted. That's wild. Ooh, someone behind you. What the? That's some dumbass spawn, bro.
Mission accomplished.
I'll play that song. I might get me copyrighted, but fuck it, really. Baila, baila, baila. Oh, I'm gonna get copyrighted if I play that. Definitely. What you did she do that? Everybody be like you. Baby talking say we everything in the I got a whole lot of call. I'm just gonna
Hello, good evening and welcome to the United Stand. Cody.
Oh, didn't mean to do that.
Hello, everybody, good evening and welcome to the United Stand.
Let's
Cody
get it.
Gakpo. Hello, everybody, good evening and welcome to the United
excited for
Stand.
Cody
Cody
Gakpo.
Gakpo wants to move to Manchester United. Didn't expect to be doing a video before I go out for a few beers, but we are doing one because it is significant and it is a significant update. It's coming in from the
Wait, where's my
Telegraph.
joystick at?
And I'll give you the news straight away. So basically, it goes like this. From the Telegraph, in the last few
Oh, we got people on the eyes. Let's get it.
Once the January transfer window
What the heck?
very, very good.
Oh, I was about to say, why the hell I was like that? What the frick? Nobody's gonna man. Oh my days, this gun is way too OP. It's like a machine gun. Make the 23 round. Bye bye. This guy is assist, isn't it?
As you know, we don't just go live for the opening of the it's a significant update.
Bro, what? Oh, shotgun. That make no sense, bro. I'm killing it this time. Oh, there's a VTOL. An enemy one. I don't know why it didn't hit nobody. Oh shoot! Bro! I was in this game, guys. What the hell? Let me in. Gotta shit up inside a vehicle, bro. Get in. Someone to get in. Oh my god, I'm not good. I got these guys.
We need him in. So yes, the updates.
Wow! I shot him first, brother. Get inside. Ah, I need more movement speed with this gun, bro. Just it reduced my thing though. I forgot what's thing. Should I just not like? Aim walking. I guess I'm just gonna go for the hip, innit? Where is the boat? Ain't no way we're just oh my gosh, what about this? What? I'm playing against blood turtles, bro. Oh my god. Ouch. Bro, look at. Got your ass. Ooh. What the hell?
Get Ramos, he comes. So yeah, let me read this out to you again. Manchester United are planning a €50 million bid, £43.1 million, €50 million bid. The Cody Gakpo
Bring the UAV online.
What the hell? I'm at the lowest, bro. That's what they're saying. Look at this twat. Look at this prat. He's doing prat. He's doing this on purpose.
Can he start to do that with players that maybe don't play in the Eredivisie? Because it's great that he's doing it with Gakpo, because there are clubs out there, like for example, I think Newcastle want Gakpo. But if Cody Gakpo is going, I don't know much about Eddie Howe, but I do know about Eric Ten Hag, and I want to go and play with him at Manchester United. That's massive for us. And you know, I know it's not the same, but there are players out there that want to go and play for Pep Guardiola, or want to go and play for Ancelotti, or want to go and play for Jurgen Klopp or Nagelsmann or whatever. And if we've got a manager that players respect and want to go and play for, it makes our transfer activity, you know, that little bit much easier.
I'm talking
So
green
look, I
to
think there's
5,
gonna
5,
be something in
6,
that.
and a
And
black
it
2.
does
What
sound
the
really
hell is this
promising.
full
So
lobby
look,
of bloody console
Cody
players?
Gakpo to Manchester United, as of right now, sounds very, 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 very possible. It's always been the most logical deal to do. It's always been the favourite deal to do, because we did try and buy him in August, and now we're starting to get very significant, credible updates that he wants to
I better get an easier lobby, because I swear if what was it? I don't even know what to say. Oh my god, they're gonna play like that, aren't they? Oh, somebody remake. This gun has a massive recoil. God dang. Ouch. Yeah, playing like that. Let's see. My decoy, why did I get tricked by my decoy? That's wild. I need to remember I can't jump with the LMG because it's so bloody slow. Oh my god, nope, I'm getting another lobby.
Whether we can do a deal for Gusto, whether we can do it for Frimpong, Dumfries, whether we bring Ethan Laird back, I don't know. But it certainly would be massively likely if we do move Wan-Bissaka on, that we have to bring a right back in. Drop a like on the stream to support the channel, says Cody. Thank you very much. 70% chance, then no chance when Beyond was 90%, says Dark by Design. He will be used centrally as well, says John Thomas about Gakpo. And what about João Felix Mark, says Aaron Rocks. Well, look, we're not saying that Cody Gakpo to Manchester United is done. It's not done deal yet. It's not deal agreed yet. Remember the 3 principles of transfers. You have deal agreed. You have, I'm forgetting now. So you've got terms agreed with the player. That's the first thing. You've got deal done with the club, and then you've got the official announcement. And I think in the summer we actually found a 4th strand, which I can't remember. I need to get back into that groove. But that's how it goes. You'll get terms agreed with the player, you'll get deal done with the club, and then you'll get official announcements. And that's basically what it is. And at the moment, we're not at any of those points. We've not agreed terms with the player. We've not agreed a fee with PSV, so we can't have an official deal. I think what we have got here is United want him, Gakpo wants to come to us, and let's do a deal.
This game is
Why
so
would PSV
loud.
sell him for half the price of Anthony after the World Cup he's just had, says Abdul? Because the director of football for PSV actually even said that the Anthony price was not reflective of the market at all. That was because Manchester United were ridiculously the price we paid. PSV have already agreed with Cody Gakpo that they won't do what.
Oh, I see someone here. Oh my days, why none of you lot dying? I need some sort of like bloody damage barrel because oh my god, dude.
The right upper will be a fair. I wouldn't be surprised if between Gakpo and PSV for a 50.
The man just bloody blow himself up. I'm tweaking.
Thank God Code plays
Oh shit, I didn't move that.
Yes, he can. Yes. Toby Gakpo predominantly plays off as a right-footed attacker. Essentially, and he can play forward.
I'm loving this
he would
weapon
be
so
good at
far. I just built it wrong. Alright, who the hell are you shooting, bro?
We've got loads of that. Skeleton says you missed me, Mark. It's going to be a Hendrick will flop. Will be a great player. He's only 16 and nice haircut. Thank you very much, Skeleton. Do I think Hendrick will flop?
God damn.
He will be, but he's not going to join for 18 months. Fine. The world will look very different. So I think with Hendrick, we'll see what happens. It's not happening. So. Anyway, look, it was only going to be a quick update here, so I'll tweet you all later, but I want to...
Let me reload and continue on. Okay. Thank you. Ah.
It's looking good.
Hey, bala bala baila 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 pa 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 za pa 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 za za pa za pa pa za za. Hey, bala bala baila. What the heck? I can't find the video. What the? I can't see recent videos. Okay, now I can see.
To the United stand, this is your latest Manchester United news and transfer news as we discuss the fallout of this cash crisis that is going to hit Manchester United straight in the face with TeamViewer officially out of their sponsorship deal with Manchester United. Now there are factors to that. United of course on board, and obviously TeamViewer may well be able to have to stay as our sponsor for a while, but United confident that they will let TeamViewer go and bring in a replacement. Know about that. We'll talk about that. How does that impact in the short term? Exactly.
Bro,
how
what?
does it impact us on the long term in relation to
Shit. I should have covered my back.
we're going to get. Also got an update on
Allahu Akbar.
United are at, the official line from United and where they're at. Have we got a line?
I threw that all the way. I don't know where the heck did that go. Nice. This gun is so OP when you properly built it. Oh my days.
Plus an update on Gallo's injuries. We've got absolutely loads on this show today. Make sure you smash a like and subscribe. Bro, it's Christmas. But before we get into all that, it's also Surfshark who are sponsoring the show. I've not spoken about Surfshark for a while, so as a reminder, Surfshark is a VPN private network. The best thing about Surfshark is
Bro, I don't know why are they not looking like. Do you do not wear headphones or something? Like, bro, they just like focus on one thing. Like, bro, you know this audio cues. We just got quad feeded. What? I'm not even gonna question that.
You can use Surfshark across as many devices as you like.
Ah.
It's also available on many different platforms like Apple, Fire, Android, and Surfshark has even more features to offer you. One of them being the alert. This features will notify you. And most importantly, because Surfshark are super nice, they're giving the United stand viewers, that's you, 83% off, plus 3 months free when you use the code
Nope.
Stand. Not one, not two, but 3 months.
Bro,
free
I keep
when
getting
you use the
killed
link
by
in the
the like.
description
No,
or scan the QR code next
I'm
to me and use the
good.
code United Stand. So check it out. Links in the description or scan the QR code. Big shout out to Surfshark. Give it Right, thanks to Surfshark. Let's get on with the show. Where to start? Sparky Marky, says Rory C. Thanks for the super chat. I can see we've got a lot of members in. Mario says he had a trim yesterday too. Brilliant minds think alike. We're a week out. A week out from Christmas. I'm out for a few beers tonight as well, and early next week. So you know, want to look good in my Christmas jumper. But let's get on with the show. So you may well have seen Charlie on the show this morning. Some things have changed since then, but obviously TeamViewer have been wanting to see TeamViewer of a sponsor. Now, talking about a sponsor ahead of the upgrades to the Gas Tank screen and everything else. quite weird, but because United fans have depth, we are very interested in the situation.
So
And This is
loud.
a very significant update. So, TeamViewer, a shirt sponsor, who pay us, what someone in the chat will know, is it something like £45 million a year, or is it £60 million a year, or maybe it's more than that? It's a lot of money. They pay us a lot of money. They've wanted out for a long time. Same thing happened with Chevrolet. Like, Chevrolet did the deal with us, and they weren't happy with that deal either. TeamViewer, not happy with the deal. So they want out, and now it's been officially announced that Manchester United are happy for that deal to end early once they found a new sponsor. Now, it's expected that TeamViewer, it's £47 million a year, thank you to Scott and Rory, 235 million over 5 years, says there. So they want out. United agree they can go out. It's expected that TeamViewer will be our sponsor for the rest of the season because obviously new kits, you're not going to get a new sponsor on your kit in January, so they'll see it out for this season. There's an expectation that they might have to do next season, and I would actually sit here and say they probably will, because as much as United have said they can go, you're not going to say goodbye to £47 million next season when you can only find someone who'll give you 25. I don't know that we've got people queuing up to put their shirt sponsor on our shirt anymore. I really don't know. And I suspect not under a Glazer regime. Keegan, thank you very much and welcome to the Members Club. So there's a few people saying, well, you know, the sponsor wants out, we're going to be playing in blank shirts, we're not going to buy anyone in January. I don't think it means that we've got any problems in January. We have got a cash crisis, but that's happening anyway. There are sponsors backing out of United, they don't want to back United anymore. We spent stupid money in the summer, we overspent. We need to build a stadium, we need infrastructure, we need to buy players. We want to get rid of players that we paid £80 million for, £50 million for, £74 million for. You know, I'm not saying we're trying to get rid of those distinct players, but we've got players on hundreds of thousands of pounds a week that we need to get rid of. We've got a cash flow crisis. We haven't got enough money. That is why we're up for sale. That is not to do with the team sponsor.
I need to wait for everyone to come in.
TeamViewer's deal,
bro.
is
Nobody's
very good
joining.
for
Come on.
Manchester United over 5 years.
Let's get it.
But I also think that what United are
Oh
trying
my
to do here
god,
is they're
I'm
trying
not
to say,
playing that
look,
lobby.
TeamViewer can go because we think we can get a better deal. I've even heard things like, well, the TeamViewer deal was sorted out during a pandemic. We think we can get more money now. Well, look, if somebody comes in and says we'll give you 60 million a year to put your name on your shirt, it's brilliant for United. It's brilliant because, all right, the TeamViewer deals for 5 years. They've given us a couple of years at 47 million. We renegotiate a better deal. And that's what they're gambling on. I know that for a fact. United actually think this is great because, all right, we've got a guaranteed 250 million or whatever over 5 years. But if we can get out 2 or 3 years early and get someone who'll give us 50 million, we're making more money. So that's United's stance. And they're probably in a good position, actually. You know, they probably are because they're like, well, if we can't find anyone, we're sticking with you. But if we can find someone, we'll let you go early. The terms of the contract are the terms of the contract. And I think some people are misconstruing it. TeamViewer want out, publicly they want out, but they've already signed the deal with United for 5 years. What United have said is, well, there's no point in you sponsoring us if you don't want to do it. We'll let you go early if we can find a replacement that we want. And you know, they can't just pull out. So I think it's big news that a sponsor doesn't want to sponsor Manchester United. You know, it's not a good look. You know, I've seen some of the stuff on social media, and to be honest, it's probably correct. You know, people are taking a piss. Even your sponsors want out, but doesn't mean another sponsor won't come in. It could work for Manchester United's benefit. And what I would say is that it's not like the fan base wants out. We're one of the most supported clubs in the world. As I said, there won't be a shortage of sponsors that want to sponsor Manchester United.
Oh my
Don't
days.
want to sponsor Man United at the moment is because the club is rotting, rusting, decaying, whatever you want to say. You don't want to stick your brand on the front of a shirt that's got players that aren't good enough and aren't performing. You know, we've just had our worst ever Premier League season. I understand TeamViewer's issue. Like, they've put a lot of money into Manchester United and we've been shite in the first year that they were our sponsor. So, but Ten Hag is a different from last year, and a new owner is different than the Glazers. So suddenly that space on my chest, if I'm wearing a Man United shirt, is
Alright, you wanna play that game?
very
Got
valuable.
you. Where you at?
So that, I think, is what Manchester United are gambling on. And I paint a picture here. TeamViewer can't just walk away. They've got to keep giving us the money. United have said, if we can find a sponsor, you can go. And I think what United are thinking is, Ten Hag continues to build the team, new owners come in, loads of positivity, a brand comes in and says, I'll put your name on the shirt. And you go, bye-bye TeamViewer, we've got a better deal. Or, and I'm going to send you into Meltdown now, Amazon buyers, and you just put Prime on the front of your shirt. Or Apple, and you just put an apple on it. Maybe we get bought by a corporation who just puts that on the shirt. So, you know, I mean, look, that might be pie in the sky talk, but I have put an offer in. I have put an offer in. United Stand is happy to sponsor for a couple of grand a month. We're waiting to hear back. Durex Smart, we're run by dickheads, says Paul Billy. But look, yeah, it will be interesting to see what happens, but I don't think it's the end of the world, and I don't think it impacts on the January transfer window, because how can it? We've still got this season and maybe next season with TeamViewer, and they'll have to pay us £47 million every year they do it. So I think United will stick with TeamViewer until they get a deal that's better, and TeamViewer might get locked into a deal that they don't want to be in. So not too concerned about that, if I'm absolutely honest. Which brings us on to the January transfer window. All the love from Romania, says Porn. All the love all around the world. Thanks everyone watching. Appreciate it.
I'm just teabagging the guy, innit?
Yeah, exciting times as well. Only 5 days now until we play Burnley, and then after 6 days until we play Forest, and then basically it's every 3 days Man United are playing back again, isn't it? So exciting times. And on that, Delo has gone back to Manchester United early. He's got a week off. He's gone back to Carrington. This might not be good news. Delo is back early. He's only had a few days off. He's gone back early because of his injury issue, and he wants to get it assessed and looked at. It could still mean that he's out for weeks. It could mean that, you know, he's coming back to get it treated, so he's back in time. Fingers crossed, it's good. I am on Twitch later, Dev. Yeah, got to kickstart that Twitch, so we're on later. Jack Clark, welcome to Members Club. Really appreciate it. Do check out the latest video we've got for the members. So where to start on the other updates? I want to just look very, very quickly. I want to just talk about Makuku, because I've had a couple of people messaging me saying, are we getting Makuku then? Are we getting Makuku from Dortmund? And I'm like, what are you talking about? Wow, Samuel Eto'o's mentioned he's the next Messi, and there's stories about Man United, and I went, my phone's cold. You know, not just because it's -5 outside. I've heard nothing about Makuku. I've had no messages, nothing. That's not. I've had them about Vlahovic and Ramos, which we'll talk about in a minute. But on Makuku, nothing. We spoke about him a couple of days ago. The situation with Makuku is he's out of contract in the summer with Dortmund, and in January he can speak to any club he wants to. United's chances of signing Makuku are flatlining. It's just there's nothing to report. You know, United's next wonder kid, it's not happening. Like, it's just not going to happen. He is not the player that United are looking at or can get. I think they'd like to get him, but they can't get him. He's a Dortmund player. I was told 2 days ago that he will sign a new contract at Dortmund in the next couple of weeks and won't be going anywhere anyway. But even if he didn't, the competition for him, United wouldn't win, because Chelsea, Barcelona, Real Madrid, AC Milan, there's so many clubs that would go in for him, and then you'd end up having to pay him 200 grand a week straight away at 18, and United don't really want to do that anymore. So Makuku to United, there's nothing to report on that, unfortunately. Good player, I think he's got the potential to be really good. And can I just say as well, I don't know whether anyone was watching in the summer, we were talking about young strikers, and we mentioned Fofana from Molde in Norway. He's going to Chelsea. Apparently, he's going to go to Chelsea. I think it was Romano who spoke about it yesterday. And whilst we're a Manchester United channel, and we must always be wary and discussing options for ourselves and how that might work out. But fantastic background, Jules. Thanks very much. Glad you're enjoying it. It's always worth noting what look like interesting deals from our rivals, and I think Fofana from Molde to Chelsea is a very interesting one. I'm not saying he's going to be the next, you know, Shevchenko, who actually didn't do very well at Chelsea, or Drogba, who did do very well. But, you know, I think he's an interesting player, and I think it's an intelligent
I want people to rush. If there's
Chelsea.
nobody, I can't do
I
it.
think it's the first sign of Potterism hitting Chelsea. And I want to see Ten Hagism hitting United. I want to see us go and buy a young player from a league that's a bit obscure
That's some wild shit.
With the future plan, I really do like that Fofana to Chelsea deal if it happens from Norway, Molde, because he looks really exciting, and I'd like to. I'm not saying we should go and do that deal, but we were talking about Makuku. I don't think we can do that, but that Fofana deal looks really interesting from Chelsea. Keep an eye on it. Anyway, back to Manchester United. So a couple of updates to bring you. DiMarzio, who Charlie was talking about a story from DiMarzio this morning about how Manchester United are looking in a good position to get Cody Gakpo. Liverpool are interested, but United are ready to negotiate. We know from Fabrizio Romano that Manchester United have been in negotiations with his agents. That's a big update. We've had that for a couple of weeks now. The negotiations with PSV haven't started yet, but that sounds quite promising.
Claim.
But DiMarzio also spoke about João Felix and has basically said that João Felix, his ideal move is PSG, which sort of contradicts the story that we've heard that his dream is to play in the Premier League. Which makes me think, should we take note of DiMarzio anymore? Now, look, respect is something that I think is earned, and I'll never forget the summer of DiMarzio, which was the summer that we got Pogba, Mkhitaryan, Zlatan and Eric Bailly, and he was ahead of the curve on all three of those. In fact, DiMarzio was the first international journalist to really nail the whole transfer guru journalism that Romano has taken to a completely different level. And I think Romano actually used to work under DiMarzio, but so maybe Romano saw a gap in the market and thought, DiMarzio does it quite well, but I can do it better. But I remember that summer of DiMarzio, and that, trust me, you might not be old enough to remember it. I mean, it was only about 6 years ago, but at that time, DiMarzio was the Don. I remember trying to get an interview with DiMarzio, and I was told he can't do it because he doesn't speak very good English. He was the Don at that time, and I do respect him as a journalist, but to be honest with you, he's missed quite a lot over the last few years. And I think that the reason he got Zlatan, Pogba and Mkhitaryan was because of his relationship with Riola. I don't think João Felix wants to go to PSG. I think he wants to come to the Premier League. I think PSG is a mistake for João Felix at 22. Having wasted 2 or 3 years at Atletico Madrid, his next move has got to be in a league that's going to showcase his talents. You don't go to PSG to rebuild your career. You go to PSG to coast, and I don't think he wants to go to PSG. I might get proved completely wrong, and DiMarzio might be right, but I don't feel that João Felix wants to go to PSG. He might end up going there because it's the only option for him, but I don't see that happening. I also don't think that United are in a direct race for Cody Gakpo with Liverpool either. I think Newcastle want Cody Gakpo. I do. I think Newcastle have the funds, have the ambition, and I think Newcastle want Cody Gakpo. I don't think Real Madrid do. I don't agree with that. I think Barcelona might, but Premier League clubs, I think maybe Arsenal, but definitely Newcastle. But of course, the situation for Manchester United and Cody Gakpo, and the update is this. Before I give you the update on the sale, the update on Cody Gakpo is this. United have got a very good relationship with PSV. They had very constructive talks with Gakpo in August. And Ten Hag has got the same agent as Cody Gakpo. So the deal for Man United is, we've probably got more advantages than others. But it will come down to money. And if Newcastle walk into Eindhoven and say, there's 50 million quid and we'll give you 200 grand a week, that's going to be very difficult for Manchester United to compete with, no matter how good our relationship is with PSV, the player and his agent. So it will ultimately come down to money, whether we like that or not. I'd still put United as favourites to get Gakpo, but it will come down to money. And who is interested in a player like that? We'll be gutted if Felix goes to Newcastle to Sean Walker. João Felix ain't going to go to Newcastle or Aston Villa. I mean, he isn't Coutinho at the end of his career. Yeah, that will be that won't happen. Ronit says we could end up with Memphis Depay. well, we could end up with Memphis Depay. I think we all know that's a realistic option, whether we like it or not. We could end up with him. Just there's a few more updates to go through. On the sale of Manchester United, I'll keep saying this because it's true. There are so many people trying to get the scoop on Manchester United's sale and when it's going to happen and how far ahead it is. So I have been working quite hard over the last sort of 24 hours to get an official line on where we are at with this sale. And more distinctively, are United down the road with a signing for Manchester, for a sale for Manchester United. The official line from Manchester United at the moment is that they haven't got a signing.
How did I get
lined
knifed?
up. Now, sorry, they haven't got a sale lined up. Now, whether you can take that for true or not, I don't know, but that would lead it towards, and I think a lot of people are quite happy with this. I always felt that United had a deal done, or very far down the road, just from the noise that was coming around, and my feeling was it was American ownership, and it was quite far down the road. Now, the official line is that that's not the case, and that there is a process, and that effectively there will be the Glazers will entertain a bidding war for the club. Now, if that's where we're at, and that's the official line at where we're at, then that means that anything is possible. Whether it's Amazon, Dubai, Sir Jim Radcliffe, American investment, consortiums, that means everything is possible. And I suppose that would please a lot of you. So, that's the official line on where we're at the moment. Do I believe that official line? Somebody just said in the chat. They didn't really. I'm just going to give you the counter argument. No, I don't, because it might well be the truth, but we'll never know if it's the truth or not. Jay Holds, welcome to the Members Club, and thanks for the super chat from Jack Jones. He says, thoughts on Ralph Rangnick uncensored to get an insight on what the state of the club was prior to Eric. What type of pressure was he under? I mean, I'd love him to do it. I don't know whether that means he is going to do it or not, but I'd love him to do it. But of course, in an ideal world, we would want a situation where there is an open bidding process and we got to know all the bidders and what their plans were. But we're not Chelsea. We're not a club that's been auctioned off because of government pressure. We're owned by the Glazers, and if they want to sell us to the worst possible buyer for the worst price, they can. What they'll actually do is they'll go for the best price for them. 6.5 billion, will that be around the figure, says Anthony? Well, it depends if they can generate the bidding war that they want to generate. Personally, I don't know whether, well, let's put it like this. I don't think Manchester United are worth that, but it's not my money. And it depends, how much money you want to spend to get Manchester United. It's
Oh my god, it's so slow.
it comes down to that at the end of the day, doesn't it? So I guess we'll have to wait and see. Anyway, let's move on to some other news. What do I want to talk to you about next? I spoke to you about João Felix. Oh yes, God, I should have spoken this a bit earlier. So the French reports are talking about Manchester United being in for Griezmann now. Now it's silly season, and we can tell that the World Cup is coming to an end, which I'm glad about, because all the journalists that have been on the Qatar gravy train, a month's holiday in the sun, hanging around with Ronaldo and R9 and Ronaldinho, and look at me having a picture with Batistuta. We've all seen it. I mean, fair play for them. They're in Qatar. They wanted to go. I didn't. Some people didn't want to go. Let's not go down that road. But I didn't want to go because I didn't want to be away from my family at Christmas. Was the honest argument. I'm not going to start talking about all the other stuff. But there's a lot of journalists out there on that gravy train, all writing the same stuff, all having the same pictures with the same people, all telling us what a great World Cup it is. But they're all starting to come back now, and I think it's been very, very quiet. I think if we hadn't had the news of the sale and we hadn't had the news of Ronaldo, this would have been a really quiet 4 or 5 weeks for Manchester United. And you think about Arsenal, Man City, Chelsea, it's been, they've not really had any news, have they? So we've been lucky that we've had 2 major stories around United in this off-season, which was Ronaldo and the sale of the club. The reason it's been quiet is not because things aren't going on, it's because there's not many journalists actually digging for information, because they're all talking about the World Cup out in Qatar. It's come back now, and now we're starting to get more and more links to more and more players, because they all need to do a different job other than talk about the World Cup, which is why we're getting these stories. And French outlets are talking about Griezmann to Manchester United. Apparently Griezmann is really appreciated, and United would be interested in him. Is it worrying that Abraham Glazer said that that's the update, it's the process, and the process is proceeding, says Ian O'Connell. Thank you very much, Ian. I don't think it's worrying. I don't think it's worrying. I think it's just, as he said, it's a process, and how far we are down that process, yeah, it'll be interesting. But look, I think with Griezmann, he's had a fantastic World Cup. But would I take Anton Griezmann at Manchester United? No, absolutely not. I was a massive Griezmann fan. He was going to be the next Man United number 7. I thought he would have been a brilliant signing for us. And he was going to sign Manchester United. He walked all the way up to the front of the house. He came up the gate. He knocked on the door. We opened the door to invite him in, and he legged it. That's what Griezmann did. And he did a video about it. Like, you know, Atletico Madrid got a transfer ban, and he decided to stay at Atletico Madrid, which was a mistake. He should have come to Manchester United. That was his chance, and that chance is gone. I wouldn't be looking at Griezmann. And also the evolution of Griezmann, or the you know, comeback of Griezmann, or whatever you want to call it, his best performances for France have been exclusively as a number 10. We don't need a number 10. We've got Bruno Fernandes. We don't need Griezmann to do that job. We need Griezmann to play up front. And I don't think he can do that in the Premier League. So Griezmann is not a player I would be looking at. As simple as that. But and I don't for 1 minute think that United are in for him, because he just doesn't fit the sort of profile.
I cannot aim with this.
If he's IQ says he's better than Bruno, well, maybe he is better than Bruno in your mind, but we've got Bruno. And look, there might be a better goalkeeper than David De Gea. There might be a better winger than Anthony. There might be a better centre-back than Martinez. There might be a better holding midfielder than Casemiro. Good luck with finding it. But you know what I mean? We're not going to replace problems we don't have. We've got problems we need to replace. Bruno doesn't need to be replaced. We need a striker, we need a right back, we need a midfielder, and we need a centre-back. They're the priorities in the team. Not a number 10 that might be better than Bruno. We don't need to replace players that we've got that can do a job at the moment. We need to fill in the holes in the team. Gary Clark, thank you very much for your super chat there. Also, we have been linked with Ramos again. I mean, I don't know what it is about this Ramos story that won't go away. I mean, there was a video that came out this week that might have prevented United's interest. I don't know about that, but you know, I don't even know what to say without repeating myself about Ramos. I mean, I'm sure Man United are interested. They're interested in Osman, but we can't do the deal in January, and we can't do the Ramos deal in January. Ramos has got a release clause of 100 million. Now, I don't see why Benfica would let him go for even half of that. And they certainly wouldn't want to do it in January. So I don't really get what the Ramos story is all about. Again, it's probably lazy journalism looking to fill pages, because, look, the way it works is, and we all fall into the trap, and to be honest, we talk about it as well, United want a striker. Do you just talk about Cody Gakpo every day, or do you actually start talking about other options? And I think Ramos has been brought in because he had a good World Cup, he's had a good season for Benfica, and at some point he will be sold. But it ain't going to be in January. Why was the Glazers at the World Cup watching football? Were they only watching United about for times? Do you think it's to do with the sale of the club, says Shane? I think that's a really good comment by Shane, by the way, which sounds like Shane's never done a good comment in his life, but I wasn't actually digging Shane out. I think it's, I think you're right. I think what was Abraham Glazer doing in Qatar? Now, they were at the F1, weren't they? Now, where was the F1 race that they were at? I don't know whether it wouldn't have been Dubai, would it? But that was, I think that might have been Miami. They were at that one, weren't they? But I'm sure they were at one in Europe as well. Maybe I mean, look, they're not massively interested in football. They hardly visit Old Trafford, the club that they run. So I don't know what the Glazers were doing in Qatar, but maybe there is a link between them being in Qatar. A lot of people saying that they were at Abu
Peak
Dhabi.
man, thank you.
I don't think they were at Abu Dhabi, the Glazers, because Abu Dhabi was only a few weeks ago. I remember it being a few months ago, so I don't think it was Abu Dhabi, but unless I'm mixing up races. Bahrain, says Mark. Yeah, it might have been Bahrain. But yeah, what are the Glazers doing at the World Cup? They've got no interest in the football club they own. Why would you go to the World Cup? Maybe they just want to go to the World Cup. Maybe there's something to do with the sale. I don't know. As says, it's a sales meeting for sure. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, look, we've got football games coming back very, very quickly. The restart is coming, and that in itself opens up a lot of excitement and intrigue. And maybe
God damn, boy!
it's reality. You know, I was having this chat with someone this morning, and I said, look, I'm really excited that United are back. Can't wait for it. But
Am I even in the game? I can't see my name. Oh, I'm anonymous. Wait, that's not me. Where the hell am I? Am I in the game? Where am I?
Like a battery that's, you know, just about to
Am I tripping? Where am I?
Will we come back
Wait, what?
revitalized and ready, or will we come back, you know?
Am I tripping? I can't see myself earlier. I'm tripping.
I think if United can put their best team out, sit with anybody. But you know, how much of our season is going to be about the sale now? I mean, how much of our focus is going to be on the team? I would say a lot, but I also think there's going to be a lot of focus on the sale and what's going to happen with that. It was Bahrain, but Dubai don't do F1, it's Abu Dhabi, says Sean Walker. And I have a feeling that the meeting in Dubai about the cricket was the sale as well, says Mark. Qatar are PSG owners, I don't think they will buy United, says IQ Insane. And so that's twice the Glazers have been in the Middle East this year. One for the F1 and one for the World Cup. And also they were there to talk about a cricket team, weren't they, in the last 12 months? So they are traveling. They're traveling to the Middle East more than they're traveling to Manchester. I paused there because that will get probably clipped, but it's true. The Glazers have been in the Middle East more than they've been in Manchester in the last 12 months. I can think of at least 3 occasions.
What the hell is this?
Are they going to the Middle East and not coming to Manchester, the club that they own?
Oh, it's the connection meter.
They're not that into football, so you know, maybe there's something.
We're just gonna camp here, innit?
There's a deal that's further down the line that people assume is American investment that could be that. Maybe they're trying to get investment from the Middle East to stay in control of the club. Feels like a never-ending cycle of players and agents faking interest in coming to United, transfer only to better leverage their position, says Stephen Rossi. Well, yeah, I mean, on Ramos, he's apparently about to sign a new contract at Benfica. Makuku is about to sign a new contract at Dortmund, and yet both have been linked with United this week.
What the hell?
I think as United fans, you're very blinkered if you don't realise that we get used, and always have been used, by players' agents to get better deals, whether that's a better move or a better deal at the club they're already at. Do you honestly think you're a big club, says Liam? I know we're a big club. Sad news about Mihailovic, says Thomas. Yeah, I've seen this. I've seen this online. So Mihailovic, I think I pronounced it correct, has died at the age of 53. It's sort of breaking news. Don't know all the details on it, but
I'm on timing.
yeah. Just coming out. Former manager of. Did he play for Fiorentina? I think he played for Fiorentina, didn't he? I certainly remember him as a player. I'm just trying to think what clubs he played for. Apparently he managed Fiorentina. Played for Sampdoria, Lazio, Inter. And yeah, but very, very, very sad news. Don't know the circumstances of it, but obviously thoughts with his friends and family. Yeah, probably not a player most of you remember, but had a long battle with illness, says Dusan. So there we go. Yeah, left-footed. Definitely remember he had a good left foot. But, probably more my era than a lot of you, to be fair. But yeah, very sad news, and thank you for sharing that with us, because some people weren't aware of it, because it is actually breaking news. There we go. Jesus says, it's time United to use other clubs. The transfer strategy will always be our downfall. And is Benzema going to play for France in the final? I can't see it. I think it'd be very unfair on Giroud. Very unfair. Martin says, roll on next Wednesday. Hope to have a good run in the Carabao Cup. Need a trophy badly. That was going to say that, actually. So, I can't remember who said it, but it might have been the Manchester Evening News. If not, I apologise, whoever it was who said it, if they are watching. Apparently, United against Burnley, Ten Hag will resist the temptation to bring everybody back in. Obviously, the English players, so Maguire, Rashford, Shaw, the Brazilian players, Casemiro, Anthony, Fred, Malacia, and the Portuguese players are all back in training on Monday. So Bruno and below, they're back in training on Monday, and obviously we play Wednesday night. So there is, but apparently Ten Hag will not start them all. He will not. He doesn't want to throw them straight back in. I think some of them will start, but we've seen Ten Hag before. He has this very rigid idea of introducing players back in when they've been injured or their new signings. We've seen it with Ronaldo and Eriksen and Martinez. They play 60 minutes bang on, and then they get subbed off no matter what's happening. And maybe he's going to take that approach. The truth sets the hope on fire, says Mark. Did you hear about the World Cup for clubs? Cup for clubs in 2025?
Well,
no. What's this madness? Let me have a quick look here. This sounds very sinister. Club World Cup. FIFA to stage 32-team tournament from June 25. FIFA will stage an expanded Club World Cup featuring 32 men's teams from June 25. Football's world governing body also hopes to introduce a women's version, with both held every 4 years. World Series friendly tournaments to be played between nations of different confederations are also planned. The best teams in the world will be invited to participate. The 32-team club tournament would be played in the same slot where FIFA has previously held the Confederations Cup for international teams a year before the World Cup. UEFA is understood to be relaxed about Infantino's plan because it doesn't cut across its competitions and is planned to be outside major national tournaments. For the clubs and the leagues, this is a different matter completely. No agreement has been reached on this subject. It's understood club representatives are startled by FIFA's proposals, pointing out it is yet to sign its memorandum. There's a number of issues not being played, presumably in pre-season when the biggest clubs can go off and make lots of money by playing friendlies. But the clubs and the leagues didn't want a Winter World Cup, and it happened. Yeah, I mean, look, a Club World Cup sounds interesting. Imagine having a Club World Cup in the format we've just had. I quite like that. 4 teams. How many teams would you have? 8 teams of 4. Top 2 go through. I mean, imagine having Real Madrid's, Barcelona's, PSG's, Bayern Munich's, etc. It would be interesting, but every 4 years. And with Sean Walker, it's too many games. Basically, if you're an international, you're never going to get any time off. Imagine if you're Bruno Fernandes. You've just played a Winter World Cup. Sorry, you've just played a full season. Maybe 60 games, including internationals for Portugal. In the summer, you've got the Euros. You play that. You have a couple of weeks off. Then you're back for pre-season. Then you're doing another season again of 60 games and internationals. Then straight after that, you're going into a Club World Cup. Couple of weeks off, back into another 60-game season, and then you've got a World Cup for your national team. you're basically saying to an international standard player that you're only going to get off 2 weeks every year, and you're going to be playing 70 games. It's just not viable, is it? But it's money. It's always about the money. Always about the money. Anyway, the businessmen in charge want to milk the players for all they're worth. That's what it's all about. And look, there is also the theory that you can have too much of a good thing. In my honest opinion, that this World Cup has been I've spoken to a few people in the industry, and they've said the viewing figures and marketability and commercial revenue from this World Cup is nowhere near what it would have got if it had happened in June. Why? I don't know. Maybe because people like a summer tournament. Maybe because there's nothing else going on. It's not Christmas build-up. I don't know. But you can't just keep jamming something in and hoping it fits. That's what she said. But you know, you can't keep doing that. And
What is a CDL?
saturate the market.
Oh.
And you'll damage your product because
I'll play tier
people are
1.
too tired. We're better off seeing Lionel Messi. Well, look, Lionel Messi is a good example, actually. Would you rather watch Lionel Messi play twice a week every week for a year and be occasionally good, or would you rather watch him for half that time and be consistently good? You're damaging the player. You're damaging the product. You're damaging the team as well. It's not people think about the player, but it's the team. Could Pep Guardiola's Man City play prime Pep 3 times a week for a year? No. Could they do it once a week for a year? Probably yes. We're diluting quality.
Where's Neymar? Oh, okay.
And I don't think it will work. As I said,
Who the
this World Cup has not been as lucrative financially and viewing figures wise as it would have been if it had happened in the summer. And there might be many reasons.
Na 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 na.
Many other factors.
Na 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 na
Something big in January, maybe.
na 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 na.
When is Paul Ince again? Well, he's managing Reading at the moment. But yeah, footballers get paid a lot of money. That's always going to be the argument. United was shit against Villa. That's not Man United. We spend our time watching it, paying for it, people going to the grounds and everything like that. That wasn't Man United. It's Man United players in a Man United shirt, but they weren't able to play that game at their level. They were knackered because they'd played 2.5 days before. You start to hit a tipping point where, oh yeah, they're on the telly and everyone wants to watch it, but the product's shit.
That's what I'm saying.
You want quality over quantity, and there's a fine tipping point. But at the moment, people in power, most of which have never played the game. I've played the game. 60, 70 games in a year. It's crazy. It's apps.
Bro, what is this?
What is it?
Bro, like there's no. Oh my god.
You know, they'll end up destroying it. They'll end up destroying the game. Thanks everyone for watching. It is a bit like
I can feel it all.
There's a fucking new Star Wars thing coming out every week. They've done it with Marvel as well. Like, there's always some spin-off here, there, and everywhere. It dilutes the quality because there's always something else coming out. You never get time to say anything. You know, I don't mind United playing once a week. I don't, because then if it's good, you go, oh, what a game! I can't wait till next weekend. I'm one of those people that, you know, when you get Netflix and a new TV series comes out and they release all 10 at the same time and you binge watch it. It's good, but actually, in a way, you're better off having one episode a week because it builds up excitement, and you spend time analysing and thinking about the previous episode. Whereas if you think about it, if you go on Netflix now and there's a series you like and there's 10 episodes and you watch 3 in a row, did you really take in what happened in those 3? You think it's great because you can watch one after the other, but did you really take in what happened in those 3 episodes as much as you would have done if it had been 1 each week? And I think football is diluting itself on this mad crazy race for money.
God
And it's not
damn.
like they're going to stop, is it? Oh, we'll have a Winter World Cup. We'll have a World Cup for clubs.
Hello
They're
there.
not stopping. They keep pushing it. It wouldn't be so bad if they just went, right, we're not going to do anything else. This is going to be the last thing we're going to do. We'll have a World Cup for clubs every 4 years, and that's it, because it's getting ridiculous in the schedule. They won't. They'll try and find something else to do, and at some point they'll destroy it. Milk the cow to make the lightsaber look bigger, Mrs. Axel Allen. Okay. We're back at 8 o'clock tonight on the United Stand, all your normal shows, so make sure you subscribe, bottom right hand corner. And
Neymar.
I'm going to be on Twitter.
Shoot,
for 10
God damn
minutes.
it.
Goldbridge under pressure already as I've brought FIFA back.
Mm, 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 mm.
Good evening and welcome to the United Stand. This latest Manchester United news as we talk. Is Erik ten Hag going to face a January transfer frustration due to financial fair play, which will force him away from signing his #1 January January transfer target, Cody Gakpo?
God damn it.
Force him into a loan deal that he may not want. Lots to discuss tonight. It's
This sniper
lovely.
feels good, bro, but the problem is slow.
We'll go interactive as well. Also, a very interesting story on João Felix coming from the Evening Standard, the London Evening Standard, in relation to Manchester United. So, very, very interested to talk about that. Sorry I'm a little bit late, just finishing the beer, so didn't want to be drinking that on the actual show. But how are we all doing? Hope you're all doing very, very well. 8 p.m. shows are back. It's great to be back as well. So, look, let's start off with this story. So, where did it come from? Well, it pricked my ears up yesterday. I was listening to a clip on Twitter from a Sky Sports reporter who was saying that there's a significant chance that United won't sign anybody in January because they're very wary of financial fair play rules. Now, some of you might understand financial fair play. Personally, I don't think it exists. I think it's a little bit like the.
Bro, what?
I think everyone's heard of it, but I don't think it actually exists in reality, because who's ever fell foul of financial fair play in Premier League and been punished properly? So for one, I don't think it exists, and I would actually say that the cynic in me would say that Man United mentioning financial fair play is just a way to not spend money. But look, the reality is that United may not want to spend money in January, but would it be because of financial fair play? Well, let's dissect that, because if you want to buy Cody Gakpo for 50 million quid, then that would be added to your summer transfer fee over the financial year. So it would push you to about 250 million quid, wouldn't it? Now, Dara's gutted. He says the tooth fairy doesn't exist. Yeah, unfortunately not. So, I think that there's a fair few bits for us to get our teeth into here, and could that be why United are forced into a loan deal, and could that push them towards João Felix over Cody Gakpo, because there might be a loan to buy deal there? Could United's January transfer activity be dictated to by the limitations of financial fair play? And the honest answer is,
I got a feeling that's gonna give me ADS speed. God damn it.
Financial fair play is, then you can't really answer this question, because this was on Sky Sports yesterday that United.
I cannot see anything.
About financial fair play, and that might be why they don't spend any money in January. But the financial fair play rules are about to change as well. UEFA want to change them, so why would you be worried about rules that are going to become obsolete? And Simon says that his 8-year-old is watching about tooth fairy. Well, financial fair play exists. Klopp believes in the tooth fairy, says Fletch. So yeah, back on point. Erik ten Hag's #1 January transfer target is Cody Gakpo. It's not.
Oh my days.
He wanted him in August. We didn't get him. He wants him in January. Will we get him? And the honest answer is, I think we should just do it. My understanding of financial fair play, and correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding of financial fair play is that it's based on the last 3 years revenue taking away transfers and wages.
Oh my gosh.
Payments on youth and infrastructure.
Move, brother.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, United's revenue this year was 600 million and last year was 500 million. And I think that we normally make a profit of about 100 million each year. So I just don't understand financial fair play. We are one of the clubs that actually makes a shitload of money from match day receipts and genuine revenue. So how could we ever fall foul of financial fair play? I don't get it. I don't get it. Yes, we did spend £200 million in the summer. You know, no one can deny that. And we sold nobody, so we can't balance that up. Put some respect on Ronaldo's name, says Sim. But the previous summer, we spent about 140 million on Sancho, Varane and Ronaldo. The summer before that, I think we spent about 80 million. So, you know, our net spends are normally,
Please.
before this season, are about 50 to 100 million quid. So I don't even understand how we could fall foul of financial fair play. That's the one summer where we actually spent a shitload of money, £200 million. Like, we don't normally spend that amount. So I can't see that buying Gakpo in January is going to really cause us financial woes. I think we are a football club that's set up to, you know, fall foul of financial fair play. I do, but wages are not really an issue. Threefold path. I mean, they are an issue.
I got a 1 ratio. KD.
Fair play. Doesn't says he pulled the story out of his arse. Yeah. I mean, look, it was on Sky, and I think you do need to sort of react to it. And I wish I could give you more detailed, concrete, you know, batting it out the park. But I you know, to understand financial fair play is to be unique anyway. But effectively, financial fair play is based on your last 3 years, and you've got to break even. Well, we do break even. We make a profit. We do make a profit. Manchester United do make profits.
That Orion looks sick.
And debt repayments and everything like that are not included. It's basically revenue for match tickets.
Platinum looks fire and gold. I don't really like polyatomic, even though it reminds me of Dark Mirror.
Include the debt repayments that we do because of the Glazers. So I don't see how United can fall financial fair play by buying Cody Gakpo.
What the hell?
It might be something for us to consider if we get rich owners in, but we are the identikit of what UEFA, the Premier League and FIFA want. They want clubs to be like Manchester United. They want clubs to be able to live off what they grow. I can't see a scenario where United spend £200 million in the summer so they can't buy anyone in January because of financial fair play. I just can't, unless I'm missing something obvious. And I've spent time looking at it, as I'm sure many of you have.
Oh my god.
Yesterday, I was going to do the video at 2 o'clock, but then they were doing one in the studio, so I thought, well, I'll mention it on the 8 o'clock show. But I absolutely cannot find any bit of evidence that means that United can't buy anyone in January because we spent £200 million in the summer. It's based over 3 years, and we always moan about the fact that we don't necessarily spend as much as we can do. And Manchester City, you know, Man City spend a lot of money. I just, and also we've got massive revenues. It doesn't make sense to me. Newcastle would do it very well, just Kevin. I think Newcastle will do it very, very well. But I'm with him. I don't see how we can break financial fair play rules, and if we broke it, everyone else must have no chance because no one makes the revenue that we make anyway. I think it's a problem that might be a problem for ours in the future if we don't get in the Champions League and you know we start not having sponsors lined up. But no, I absolutely just think it was. I don't know who mentioned it to the Sky Sports reporter. He certainly didn't back it up with any knowledge or evidence. I don't think you can say United aren't spending in January because they're worried about financial fair play and not back it up. And it's not backed up. And it's not an easy thing to do. I mean, I saw an article about a year ago that broke it down quite well because Spurs haven't spent much, but they've made a lot of money. So they could technically spend 400 million. I mean, they haven't got 400 million to spend, but that's how financial fair play works. It's against your legitimate revenue and your spend. So if you're a club that makes a lot, is run well and doesn't spend money, then you could legitimately spend hundreds of millions of pounds. You haven't got money to spend it, but you know that's how financial fair play works. If you don't sign players, but you make money, you end up with this surplus of what you can spend. Basically, if I ran Everton and we had a really good sponsor and we had really good season ticket sales, but I never bought anybody over 3 years, then we would probably have a buffer of whatever our revenue was from season ticket sales and say we made £100 million every year from season ticket sales and revenue and sponsors, but I never spent anything. Over 3 years, never spent anything but made £100 million a year. I'd be able to spend 300 million because I haven't spent any of my allocation. It doesn't mean I've got 300 million, it just means I can spend 300 million. That's the idiocy of financial fair play, because it doesn't take into account unique situations. I agree that there should be something in place, but we make loads of money and we spend a lot of money. I don't see how we're going to fall foul of financial fair play, and I think it's a silly idea to think that United aren't going to spend money in January. And also, as Stephen says, financial fair play is a joke. Man City got a slap on the wrist. I'll take that. Also, why would a club buy Man United if they are potentially going to fall foul of financial fair play? What's the point in investment? Sim says we just need some ownership for love of the club, and we don't sell well, Splashnet. I agree with that. But look, anyway, let me bring it back to Cody Gakpo, because there was a story in the Evening Standard today from a journalist who is probably very Chelsea orientated. And what he was talking about, and he said it in his article, is
Move!
They've been offered João Felix and a couple of other players, and then Kunku and all this, that and the other. But it said in his article, Manchester United are ready to counter any bid for João Felix. Now, I always am quite interested when I read those sort of stories that are from people that are good journalists around a different club, but references for a player they want. And I do wonder whether we are in or out the João Felix race. I think Arsenal fans think they're in it. Obviously, Chelsea fans might think they're in it now. I don't think as United fans we've ever really attached ourselves to João Felix in a serious way. But, I mean, I think in the same report from the Sky Sports reporter, was it Darmesh? I think it was Darmesh who did it. There was reference to United might have to look at loan deals. Well, João Felix could be a loan to buy deal, and you could buy him in the summer, and then you're into another financial year anyway. Remember, it's what you spend each year. So if United don't spend any money in January, they'll only have what they spent in the summer attached to that full year. It's about how you it's accounting, isn't it? Basically, at the end of the day. So we could do a loan deal for João Felix and then buy him in the summer. So maybe we'd look at
Oh
that.
my
What
gosh.
I hope isn't going to happen here, and I have said it a few times. What I hope isn't happening here is a bit of a smokescreen. We don't want to spend any money in January. Let's mention financial fair play and get members to buy in, and that to me is not going to help Eric Ten Hag. Anthony Stephen Heath says that Arsenal are looking at both Gakpo and João Felix. Well, Arsenal spent a bit of money in the summer as well, didn't they? Arsenal. How much have Arsenal spent in the last 2 years? I mean, if we're going to get into a financial fair play conversation, how much have Arsenal spent in the last couple of years? Because they have spent quite a lot. Last year alone, United made 500 million, but still had 115 million loss, says Clinton. I can't see Man United buying anybody in January, says Lils United. And new owners pull up with Ranić as director of football, says Tapello. What happened to the green screen, says Hassan. Mate, you need to watch the shows every night. I'm not going to start talking about that. We're in the middle of something quite decent. Arsenal are apparently close on financial fair play as well, says Threefold Path. What about Chelsea? Chelsea's situation, we're turning this into a financial fair play conversation now. But Chelsea were actually quite good in financial fair play, because remember, it's done on a 3-year rolling period. And in the last 3 years, Chelsea had a transfer ban where they didn't spend anything. So their allocation went up again. And also, Chelsea are very good at selling. Chelsea are very good at selling. I mean, God, remember when they sold David Luiz for like 60 million PSG? I do not think that the Smudgy, I know you're a mod, but you're going into timeout. Sorry, don't know why you're saying stupid stuff like that. You clearly don't watch the show much either. No, they aren't. There is no club in advanced talks with Felix yet, says Keith Clark. And Mark, thoughts on the Chelsea transfer? I don't know. I'm not talking about Chelsea. You know what? UEFA needs to chill before the Super League starts. Look real good. And let's get back to the chat about new ownership, says Andy Oates. Well, I mean, I'm more than happy to talk about what you want to talk about, but the January transfer window is literally 16 days away. It's 2 and a bit weeks away. Like, that's where we are. 2 weeks and 2 days, the January transfer window opens. I think it's a very relevant point. The sale of the football club is probably 3, 4, 5 months away and won't impact us until maybe next summer if we're lucky, maybe beyond that. We have to be talking about the January transfer window. I know the World Cup has sort of numbed people. Alan Noonan says there's different rules for others like City. Well, at the best, Smutty will be back, don't worry. That's what Smutty got, and that's what Man City got. Slap on the wrist. There's nothing significant about these financial fair play things, and I don't think United should worry about it. I also think that you've got to get creative. You've got to get creative, and you know what pisses me off actually? When I was researching this tonight,
Finally.
if financial fair play. And I think this just ends the argument, actually. We will talk about the ownership next. But this ends the argument. If Man United don't want to buy players in January because they're worried about financial fair play, why did they spend 30 million quid more than they should have done Anthony? Mic drop. Like, why would you do that? Why, when a manager is starting a rebuild, would you use your allocation up by overspending on players? That, to me, just doesn't make any sense. Why would you do that? Why would you overspend by such a huge amount of money when you know that it's going to impact what you can spend in January? It doesn't make any sense. And that, to me, is why I just do not believe that United are restricted by financial fair play. Because we overpaid numerous players in the summer. So
I don't know what he's saying.
we were always going to need to buy in January. The Ronaldo issue was always going to be an issue. The right back issue was always going to be an issue. So any intelligent, and I suppose this is the problem, any intelligent football club that's run well around recruitment would know we need a 50 million, 60 million buffer in January in case things go wrong. I mean, put it like this, right? If you know you can only spend 200 million pounds in the next year, why would you spend it all in the summer? And this is why I don't think United are in any danger in relation to financial fair play. And Catherine says they're competent, we know this. But if you're running a football club, Catherine, and it's Ten Hag's first year, and you know you can't get everything done in the first summer, and you know that January you might need to buy, why would you spend everything you've got in the summer and leave yourself with nothing in the January? What if 2 of your players get cruciate ligament injuries and you're 3rd in the league and you need to buy? Oh, we can't, we've got nothing left. What if your star striker does an interview with Piers Morgan and leaves? Oh, we can't replace him, we've got nothing left. What sort of stupid football club leaves themselves in a situation where, in fact, what business altogether leaves themselves in a situation where they spend everything they've got before the year even starts? You think about, like, a business, yeah? They spend everything they can spend in month 1. And then in month 6, 4 of their vehicles break down, the pipes burst, you know, they need a new boiler, you know, oh, we can't, we spent all the money. You don't do that. You don't do that. Nobody does that. So I don't believe it. I don't believe United haven't got any money to spend in January, because if that was the case, it would be, you know, beyond contempt how poorly the club would be run. And I repeat what I said. Martinez, we spent 55 million on. Well, we shouldn't have spent 40. Anthony, we spent 85. We should have spent 55. So we massively overspent on Anthony, as we know. Good player, but we did overspend. So yeah, you can't spend money like that and then say we haven't got money in January. Alex Park, thank you very much for the super chat there. Lordy says his tickets for the Burnley game have been cancelled. Yeah, just I mean, if it might impact some of you, it's really unfortunate actually. You can't really blame United for this. A bit of breaking news. I won't be talking about it for very long because we'll move on to the ownership model now. And any questions you've got. Legend says, any news with Delo? Nothing, not heard anything. Have you seen the Benzema rumours? I'll talk about that in a minute, Dean, as well. Thanks everyone for watching, by the way. Make sure you smash a like. So basically, the Burnley game next Wednesday at Old Trafford, 75,000 capacity, they can only let just in over 60,000, and they're asking fans to voluntarily get a refund because obviously it's a sellout. it's a sellout. It's the first game since the World Cup, and everyone wants to see United before Christmas, so it's a sellout at Burnley next Wednesday. But they can only let 62,000 in instead of 75, so they need 10,000 people to give up their tickets. Why? Because the UK is gripped with strikes at the moment, and I think there are strikes around the ambulance drivers or something. So from a health and safety point of view, United cannot have a full capacity. So any news on Smutty? I haven't seen him come back yet. No. He's being bantered in our chat. Yeah, he's there. He knows he's been naughty. He's basically trying to start a debate about the background, which I just don't want tonight. But yeah, there's nothing United can do about that. It's a health and safety thing. It's exactly why the game against Leeds and Palace got called off as well, because obviously the Queen died and there wasn't enough policing resources to provide cover for a football match, so it had to be reduced a little bit. So yeah, Benzema. I was just trying to think what I wanted to talk about next. Benzema. We'll talk about anything you want to talk about now, as long as it's not Christmas films, because we did that last night. Leo J says, Eric Ten Hag wants Gakpo. This needs to happen. If it doesn't, it's a disgrace. We can write off another season. We can't write off another season. It will affect the summer window, says Leo J. Exactly. On Benzema, I saw a story about it today. United linked with shock move for Benzema because he's out of contract in the summer. Well, that's not the same story we talked about yesterday. There was a story yesterday about Benzema coming in January, which is complete and utter shite. Why would Benzema leave Real Madrid in January to come and play Europa League football? So in relation to Benzema joining United in January, flush it down the toilet with a turd. Flush it. It's a complete and load of shit. Benzema to United in the summer, why would I give a shit about that now? Of course it could happen. I'm not going to sit here and say anybody saying that Benzema coming to United in the summer is a clown, get your big shoes on and you win. No, of course it could. Anything can happen in the summer. We might be in the Champions League. Benzema might fancy it. But it's irrelevant news because we're not talking about the summer. We're about to embark on a very exciting and crucial 5 months. And we need a player in January. Benzema's not going to come in January. So my update on Benzema is maybe he will sign in the summer. Maybe we don't want to sign him in the summer. Maybe it would be a bad idea in the summer. Maybe it would be a good idea in the summer. But he ain't bloody signing in January, is he? Adam says, hi Mark, you should sing a song once a week. Maybe on Friday night show. It would be great. Goldbridge like a young Gary Barlow, says Adam. Remember when we had like the Christmas party and we had all the music on? That was good. Somebody just asked a very relevant question about Benzema. How old would he be in the summer? So he's currently 34. He's going to be 35 in 4 days' time. So we would be buying a 35-and-a-half-year-old. Not ideal. I know. Look, Ronaldo at 35-and-a-half still had another couple of years in him. Zlatan has been very, very good as well. But I'm a massive fan of Benzema, so I'm not going to say don't buy him at 35-and-a-half in the summer. But I don't think it's what, I do like Benzema, but I don't think it's what we should be doing in the summer. I don't. I think we should be looking at... Skull Crusher says you could take him for a year and he'd be on about 500k a week as well. So it doesn't. Yeah, I think we've done this, haven't we? We've done this with Ronaldo. We've done it with Cavani. We did it with Zlatan. I don't think we need to do it again. Did we win the league with Zlatan? Did we win the league with Cavani? Did we win the league with Ronaldo? No. Was it their fault? No. But do we need a different approach? Yes. I think we need to build a team to win the league. And you're never going to build a team with a player that's coming in for a year or two. So I wouldn't be looking at Benzema in the summer, but if we do it, we do it. But the most important thing for me is, why are we getting stories about Benzema coming out now? What is the point of that? Like, we're not signing him in January, so that's what I want to talk about, because we need someone in January, and that's what we need to do. Michael Doherty, who's a member, says 35 is pushing it a bit. We need a long-term option, not a player who will only last a season. And he's never played in the Premier League before as well. Let's not forget that. Doubt new owners will have the appetite for a player of his age, says Mason Reed. And yeah, we should buy young players for development, says Ole. Harry Kane incoming, says Just Keeping. Well, I've said that before, haven't I? I mean, it's only a theory, but I do think that potentially
That's my dog.
Man United will go for Harry Kane in the summer. Who, look, Harry Kane will be 30. He'll be 30 in the summer. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Harry Kane came to United, and I don't know what I think about that. All gone quiet on Ivan Toney, says Lee Berman. Yeah, well, because of I mean, it's not been massive news, but I think everybody knows about it. But because, so basically, Ivan Toney didn't go to the World Cup, and a lot of people, myself included, thought that was a shame. But then, pretty much as soon as the World Cup, I think it was just before the World Cup actually. You know, it was announced that he'd been charged in relation to a load of gambling charges. So it shouldn't preclude a decent footballer getting a move if he wants it. But I just don't think United will look at him now because of that. I might be wrong, but I just don't think United will look at it. Joe wants a badge. Well, you'll have to be a member. We gave out some before. We'll give out some more before Christmas, but I'm not going to do it twice in a day. Plugs a member. Hi, Mark. And I think Tony will go to Newcastle, says Threefold Path. Yeah, I mean, I think he will go somewhere, but my honest answer is I don't think United will look at it. If we wanted to spend 150 million plus on Bellingham, we might as well break the bank with new owners for Mbappe, says Jack. And we need Callum Wilson. 60 million, get it done, says DCL. Long way from new owners yet, unfortunately, says De Gea, 10 United fan. Well, yeah, thank you. You've just pulled me back into where a lot of people wanted to talk about. When's the next members video, School Crushers? Was a new one yesterday. So check it out. And there's a new one next week as well. Any update on Phil Jones, says Andres? He's been injured since about March. Yeah, he's still a Man United player. Still earning 80 grand a week. That's about it. Jay Walsh got a membership this morning. Well done. And Suek says, João Felix is a player that could be one of the players of this generation. I like Eric Ten Hag. Mark, top of the table, says Leo J. If you know, you know. Members know. Check the video out. But yeah, I think that I think João Felix would be a decent signing. We were interested in the summer. Let's wait and see. We don't have to spend any money to get João Felix. I believe you can do a loan deal until the summer. So, you know, that's why I mentioned the financial fair play thing. Maybe that's what United will do. But I still don't think financial fair play really is an impact on us getting Cody Gakpo. If we want to get him, we can get him. What was that? What was that? What was that? Mark, any updates on getting a wing back? Oh, I thought you said something else, Job. Well, you know, if we're struggling to spend money on strikers, we're not going to spend anything on the right back, aren't we? But, yeah, I guess we'll see. But look, going back to the ownership, there was a comment there saying that it's going to be a long time before we get new owners. This is consistently being reported, and you can take it or leave it, but it's being consistently reported, and it's been consistently reported now for 3 weeks by numerous different outlets, whether it's The Athletic, Simon Stone in the BBC, the Manchester Evening News, so many different people with so many different contacts. And again, in the last 24 hours, the Rain Group, who are the group that are dealing with the sale, are looking at a deal to sell Manchester United for somewhere between 6 and 7 billion in the first quarter of 2023. That's not just one person's opinion, that is universally across loads of different outlets for the last 3 weeks. That United sale is looking to be done in the first quarter of 2023. Now, my personal opinion on this, and this is just opinion, we either have a sale already lined up, and all this noise is just noise about Amazon and Dubai and Sir Jim Ratcliffe. They know who the sale is. It's an American investment fund, and it's been done for a while, and it will get done really quickly in the new year. That's either happening, or the second scenario is that the actual sale will be announced in March but won't go through for a few months afterwards. So if you think about it, I don't know whether you've ever bought a house, or you know someone who's bought a house, or your parents have bought a house. When they go and look at a house and put an offer in and it gets accepted, they get a phone call from the estate agent saying, your offer's been accepted, it's yours, we've took it off the market. So someone rings up about that house and they get told it's sold. You can't put an offer in, you can't look at it. But the actual sale doesn't go through for about 3, 4, 5 months. So I don't know whether that's what they mean. I mean, the way it's been worded is a little bit ambiguous. Sometimes you read it that will be under new ownership by April, and then sometimes you read it and they'll just announce who the owners are going to be in April, but it will take 4 or 5 months for it to go through. Ideally, we want new ownership, by New Year's Day. But what I don't want to happen is, April the 2nd, these people are buying United. We're now going through the legal process. Hopefully, have the deal done by October. We just missed the whole summer transfer window. We're fucked. We need that summer transfer window to be impactful. What would be your perfect transfer window in January? And are we going to get rid of any Deadwood in January, Mark? Love the work, says Jay. Thanks everyone who's tuning in, by the way. Really appreciate it. Get your questions in. I'm going to go turbo on the questions now. My ideal transfer window would be a right back and a striker. Off the top of my head, Gusto and Gakpo. GG. Yeah, that'd do me. As for getting rid of any Deadwood, Phil Jones will go in the summer. He's out of contract. Twan Sebi will go in the summer. He's out of contract. I believe Wan-Bissaka will. I'm 90% sure he'll go in January. He'll 100% be gone by the summer. I wouldn't be surprised if Brandon Williams went in January on loan. And that's probably Palestri, I think, will go as well on loan or on permanent. I know a lot of us want to see Palestri given a chance, but Ten Hag just hasn't used him, so I think he will move on. Maguire's not going to go anywhere in January. It's funny, I was listening to Talk Sport and Ali McCoist was on there, who I thought did really good commentary on the World Cup, by the way. And he was saying, I'm not going to say I think Harry Maguire's going to leave. I'm going to say he will leave. But that's just an opinion. Harry Maguire doesn't want to leave Manchester United. I'm sure many of you want him to leave. I'm sure some people say, well, it's best if he leaves, but he doesn't want to leave. He constantly talks about, how he's good at psychology, and he believes in himself. And, say what you like about Maguire, but I think he is driven to prove people wrong. I don't think he's thinking about leaving Manchester United yet. And, he's 30, isn't he, by the summer? So, realistically, he is the 3rd/4th choice centre-back for Manchester United. But if there's a long-term injury to Martinez or Varane, he might think, well, I've got my place back. If I was Harry Maguire, I'd be looking to go in the summer. I'd give it till the summer, look at what happens, and if I'm not established as the first-choice centre-back, 30 years of age, Euros is going to... we're not even finished the World Cup. The Euros are going to be here in a year and a half. Like, next summer, you're going into a Euros year. So, if I was Maguire, if he wants to keep playing for England, I think he might want to leave in the summer. Dusan says he's off in the summer. But there's a few people like that. I don't want to make it the Harry Maguire show. Victor Lindelof might want to be going as well. Scott McTominay might want to go. Fred might want to go. There's a few players that if you're not starting regularly and you want to have a career, then you might go. I don't think Harry Maguire, Victor Lindelof, Scott McTominay, Fred, I don't think there's many people in that team that would do a Rojo or other players that we've had who will just sit there on a wage for a while and wait and see. I think we need to play. Simon says, look how long it took Chelsea to get their new owners, and they really rushed the process because all of Roman's assets had been frozen. This is going to be a long process for United, says Simon. Yeah, look, the sale of a club doesn't happen very quickly. I'll repeat what I said. Either we've got a sale done, and it will be done by March. And I think for it to be done by March, they need to know who they're selling to now, which they may or may not. Or they'll announce who the new owners are in March, but the new owners won't actually come in for another 4 or 5 months after that because of all the legal process. Hey says, if United are handcuffed by financial fair play, then perhaps going to Asia market like Korea or Japan for players to fill in for a short term until United can fix their books, says Hey. Look, there's a lot of, you look at Bayern Munich. You know, that there are ways to do bargains. Unfortunately, we don't do many bargains, do we? You can get Ericsson. Imagine, you know, we could get 5 Ericssons in the summer. We spent nothing. So there are ways to be clever in a transfer market. I mean, hello, Tillemans is available for about 15 million in January, and he's free in the summer. Lehmer's available for free in the summer. He's going to Bayern Munich. Surprise, surprise. So you can do good deals. Like, you can do good deals. Lafont, the goalkeeper, good goalkeeper. I think he'd be a good understudy battler for David De Gea. He's out of contract in the next 18 months. There are players that are good that are out of contract in the summer and in the next 18 months. You know, you have to spend big on them, but can United compete for them? You know why United, I got told this about 6 months ago, you know why United spend so much money on transfers? Because it's the only way they can do transfers. They can only do transfers where no one else wants the player at the price United are willing to pay. And I know I've mentioned it before, but I got told that, and it's true. The reason we spend so much on transfers and wages is because no one else is willing to pay that price. But we will pay it because it's the only way we can get a deal done. We can't go and compete for a player that everyone else wants because we will lose. So what we do is we go for a player that people like but won't pay the price the club is asking for because they think it's stupid. So Aaron Wan-Bissaka for 50 million quid, no one else is willing to pay that. Harry Maguire, 80 million quid, no one else is willing to pay that. Jadon Sancho, 75 million quid, no one else is willing to pay that. Bruno Fernandes, 60, no one was willing to pay that. Anthony, 85, no one's willing to pay that. Doesn't mean any of them players are bad players, but that's the sort of deal United does, where you overpay and no one else will pay it. And that's why we don't do many Ericsson deals. We don't do many good value deals because if it, you know, good value deals, there's competition and we're not great at that. There is a report I've just been told about here from Corriere dello Sport that Manchester United are going to make a serious attempt to sign Juventus striker Vlahovic in January. I've just been drawn attention to that. As somebody that's followed Italian football for 22 years, I will tell you now that there are no Italian outlets that I would believe. I wouldn't, sorry. If that's coming from United's interest in Vlahovic, if it's coming from Romano, let's talk. But unfortunately, I'm not going to believe anything from Corriere dello Sport or Calcio Mercato or any other Italian outlet, because especially over the last few years, they're very rarely accurate, and I don't know why that is, but they're not. And Vlahovic would cost money. I know Juventus are in trouble, but again, it's sort of very well timed. Juventus desperately need to sell Vlahovic in January to break even, right? Imagine that scenario. United walk in and go, we'll give you 30 million. Well, so did Chelsea. They'll go 40. He's worth about 80 million. There'll be 6 or 7 clubs that will go up to 40, 50 million to get him. And then United will go, we're out. Any US players, I've just literally told that story. We're not going to stroll into Turin. Well, Murta's done it before. And go, show me the money, we're going to do the deal. Like, there'll be other clubs looking at Vlahovic. And we'll lose. Any US players you see play for United, and what about Ward-Prowse from Southampton? I don't want Ward-Prowse, Forza. I think he's a good player, but I don't think he's a Man United player. And in relation to the United States, I've said it before, I do like Tyler Adams, I do like Muzza, and they'd be the probably 2 I would consider. Would you? I mean, I forgot about that. I wasn't intending to talk about that, but Murta and Arnold went to Spain, got photoed in Spain and got nothing, and then Murta flew to Turin and got nothing, didn't he? I don't want Rabiot, RJ. No. He's had a good World Cup, but I don't buy players on a good World Cup. Tyreek says Gravenberch has not had a look in at Bayern. Do you think that's a deal to be made? Look, I don't for 1 minute think that Gravenberch will end up being a Manchester United player, but I will say this: I do think Gravenberch is a really good player, and the Bayern Munich move hasn't worked. You could look at it like Donny to United. Just because you're good at Ajax doesn't mean you travel. And maybe Gravenberch isn't going to be a good player, but I would have been over the moon if United had brought him. And I don't know why it's not working at Bayern. You know, maybe it will work at Bayern. Maybe it will just take a bit of time. And they've got some good midfielders, haven't they? But I think he's a good player. I think if Ten Hag is eager to buy a certain player, you should take note of that player because his signings have been good this far, says Louis. And do you think Noah Beck is a better footballer than Elanga, says Nacho? Well, I don't know about that. Isabella Cutie, welcome to the United Stand Members Club. Thank you very much for joining. Oh, just a reminder, I've been told to tell you about this. If you're in the UK, you will still get these delivered before Christmas. The link is in the video description, or you can go to United Stand Shopify. So this is our knitted Christmas jumper, absolute cracker. And we still have got a few left in extra large, small, and I'm told, you have to check the website, I'm told there is a handful in large that have been released, having orders been cancelled or something like that. So check it out, still available in the UK, and you'll still get it before Christmas, and that's a collector's item because it's knitted as well, so check it out. Link in the description. Get in quick though, because when they're gone, they're gone. Bellingham needs find a position soon for France. A lot of time his teammates couldn't find him off the cuff. 2 minutes. Okay, De Gea 10. Yeah, I think Bellingham is a good player, but he won't become United. And Thomas says, apologies if you've already spoken about it. I've just joined. What are your thoughts on what's happening with Sancho? I truly believe there's an amazing player there, and I hope it works out for him, says Thomas. Yeah, we haven't spoken about it tonight, so it's a good question. But look, I'm not about to sit here and send a message to Jadon Sancho. I think that's very cheesy. I think professional sport is not about sympathy. Professional sport is about mentality, dedication, and mindset, which is also mentality. And as I said yesterday, Jadon Sancho has the support of the Manchester United fan base. And at the moment, he retains the support and patience of the Manchester United fan base. With any signing, there is a line that gets crossed where people start to go, no. Look at Donny van der Beek. He's had a lot of support. Free Donny on Twitter, he's had a lot of support. And I think over the last 3 months, most of that support's gone. I look at a lot of people on the live chat, on a watch along. I look at a lot of people on social media. And I can see some of those people were Donny fans, and they're now get rid of him. The patience has gone. Donny has crossed that line of patience and, backing. I still hope Donny can turn it around, but I would say he's got about a 15% chance out of 100 now. It's probably not going to work out. Jadon Sancho's not at that point. Jadon Sancho still retains the major support and patience of this fan base. And that is something that he should be positive about, and then work on himself so that when he does come back, he knows he's got that confidence and patience and support from the fan base to work with. I think in a year's time, if we have another year like the last year, he'll cross the line like Donny. It can't be there forever. No matter what the circumstances off the pitch, you are a paid professional footballer, and at some point the line will be crossed. And it will be sight, and people will start saying it's time for him to go. But we're not at that point. And the solution is in Jadon Sancho's feet and head, isn't it? It's about, can he get back, fit, and raring to go for Manchester United? Because consistency is the key. We're not looking for 1 or 2 good performances from Jadon Sancho and then he disappears for 10 games, in relation to performance. We need consistency. We need it from Marcus Rashford. We need it from Anthony. We need it from Bruno. We need it from Sancho. We need it from everybody. We need consistency. And, as I say, when it comes to Jadon Sancho, there's not a lot more to say, is there? The jury is still out, but he retains the support of the fan base. And that is a positive for him. It really is. What is great about this United side at the moment, and great is not a word that we've used very often around Manchester United in the last few years, but what is great about Manchester United at the moment, and it's a minority great, is people like Varane and Casemiro have brought a consistency and world classness that everyone else should be looking at and going, that's the level. Varane has been a bit in and out with injury, but when he's played, especially this season, he's been predominantly world class. He's been brilliant in the World Cup, by the way. And Casemiro, also brilliant in the World Club, has predominantly been world class and consistent in a United shirt. We've not had that at United. And Eriksen to a certain point of view. Eriksen has been very, very consistently good as well. So it's not hard. You know, I felt sorry for United players over the last few years because I was like, who is the player that they're meant to look at? I mean, De Gea's done it, but he's a goalkeeper. Who is the outfield player over the last few years that United players can go, that's the level? You can look at De Bruyne, you can look at Liverpool players, but they're not United players. Ronaldo last year was very consistent, but he's gone now. But if you are a current United player, whether you're a right back, left back, centre back, forward, look at Casemiro and look at Varane, because they're two people that have won many Champions Leagues and are still doing it consistently at the highest level. And both of them had fantastic. Well, Varane's still in the World Cup. Casemiro was fantastic in the World Cup, and Varane, I tweeted this last night, only because he's not English. I mean, you know, we've heard about how great John Stones has been and how great Harry Maguire's been. Well, Varane's shit all over them. I mean, he has been unbelievable. I think at times France have looked vulnerable, but it's not Varane. You know, Hernandez at times, Upamecano at times. I thought Konate played well last night with Varane. Koundé at times. But Varane's been brilliant and undermentioned, which is why I always get pissed off with media reporting in the UK, because if you haven't got an English passport, you don't get mentioned. And Varane plays in the Premier League, and he plays for Manchester United. And I've seen second half to a season we've ever witnessed in Premier League history. Erik Ten Hag has got Anthony Martial as his only number 9. So he has to be given a striker. And therefore, United have got to get creative with what they do. And the article from Rob Dawson goes on to say that, therefore, United are considering a loan offer for João Felix and even Alvaro Morata, which just shows you the complexity and potential issues United have got if they don't just go and get the option 1 and spend the money. And I think option 1, as we know, is probably going to be Cody Gakpo. But if you don't do that, you probably end up spending a lot of money for something that you're trying to save money on, if you know what I mean. If you spend £50 million or 45 million on Cody Gakpo, it is too much, but you probably get Erik Ten Hag's number 1 choice. If you don't do that, you're probably going to end up spending 20, 25 million doing some sort of loan deal or something like that anyway. So I think that, you know, unfortunately, it's the Glazer way whilst we're run by the Glazers. But look, we've got a broken leg. Basically, you can't stick a plaster on it. We've got to have major surgery, and you know, it's a complex broken leg. Some people say you don't need major surgery. This one you do. It's a compound fracture. It's broken the skin. We need surgery, and we can't put a plaster on it. So I think that United have got to go and get the player that Erik Ten Hag wants in January. Now, on João Felix, I think that the story changes every day. And it's interesting that ESPN and Rob Dawson are saying, you know, potential loan offer for João Felix, because I said this about 3 weeks ago. I personally think this is a win for everybody. Now, whether United do it, or whether Arsenal do it, or whether Chelsea do it, we'll have to wait and see. But I think it's a win-win for everybody. The price that Atletico Madrid are apparently looking for João Felix is, and Mainu says, I'm down with it. Man Ray says, no, not Morata. And Morata as a target man is a good loan as well, says Sean. We'll talk about Morata in a minute, because he's very left field and probably not what we want to do. But, you know, it depends whether you want to concede to do that for something else in the summer. But with João Felix, the price that Atletico Madrid are apparently looking for is 90 million quid. 90 million quid for a player that the CEO of Atletico Madrid a week ago said is for sale because it's not worked out. So he's for sale because he's flopped. It's not João Felix's fault that he's flopped. Might not be Atletico Madrid's fault that he's flopped. Welcome to the Members Club, Andre. Really appreciate that. But he has flopped, and yet they want 90 million quid for him. Dream on. if they want a good price for João Felix in the January transfer window, they're better off covering his wages off till the summer, and then getting the good price covering his wages till the summer, and then getting the big transfer fee in the summer when he comes back from loan. I think the most that Atletico Madrid can get for João Felix in January is about 60 million quid. Because who's going to pay it? Man City aren't looking. He won't go to Newcastle. I don't think he'll go to Villa. Bayern Munich aren't looking. Juventus can't look. Barcelona can't really look. So I think that the deal for João Felix is clear. He goes on loan for 4 or 5 months to the end of the season, and then obligation to buy if he hits certain targets on appearances, goals, what have you. And that brings United into the equation, because by the summer we should have new owners. So, and you know what, if we've got new owners, maybe you get João Felix and Osimhen because it's new owners. So I think United should be all over this. I can't see, I'm going to sit here right now and guarantee you João Felix goes on a loan to buy in January, because whether it's Chelsea, Arsenal, Barcelona or United, it's the most obvious thing that we do. And the game says you're not getting Felix on loan, you deluded clowns. I'm not deluded, and I've just explained why. You're not getting 90 million quid for João Felix in January. Forget about it. Forget about it. Say hello to my little friend. Forget about it. It's not going to happen. Forget about it. It's not going to happen. If Chelsea get him, if Barcelona get him, it's better for everybody. And look, if you're Atletico Madrid and Chelsea offer you 60 million quid for João Felix, and you say no chance, but then Chelsea say, okay, we'll take him on loan until the summer, we'll pay his wages until the summer, and if he plays this many games and scores this many goals, we will give you 85 million. Well, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant for Atletico Madrid, because they don't pay his wages, he goes off for 5 months and you make 25 million extra. So it makes sense for everybody. And look, we did look at João Felix in the summer, so why would we not look at a loan deal? I think it makes a lot of sense. And the interesting thing about João Felix is, look, he's not a traditional striker, but neither is Cody Gakpo, neither is Memphis Depay, but he can certainly cover us off there. Be interesting. Yesterday I felt that the João Felix deal was probably not on, but I think it is potentially on. And whoever does it, I think they will do the loan thing. I think it makes sense for everybody, the player, the club, and the club that gets him. Mark, what's the best case expected and worst case scenario that could happen this January, says Lee R, who's been a member for a month. Can I just say, members, I forgot to say this, we've got a new member, obviously, who's joined live on the show, Andre. Welcome to the Members Club. You get your badge next to your name, you support the channel, which is fantastic, and also we do exclusive content for you every week. A new exclusive video has landed in the last hour. It's episode 2 of our First to 5 quiz, where you can play against United Stand members. And it's me against Beth today, so check it out. United quiz up for you to have a go at on our video. See if you can get better scores than we did. Welcome to the Members Club if you're going to do that. Thanks for our current members. Kisses for a quid, says Chris Finch. Wait, no. What position would Felix play? Curiously, says Charlie Max. Well, he can play false 9, he can play 10, he can play off the left, he can play off the right. So we'd be able to cover all 3 positions, basically. You could play Rashford down the middle and put Felix on the left. You could play Felix off as a false 9. He can play up there if you want to, get high up the pitch. But look, I think he would be a very good player to add to our team, and he can play in a number of positions. And to be honest with you, if Bruno drops off, he could play in that position as well. Because let's be honest, who's the backup number 10? Who is the backup number 10 at Manchester United? It's interesting. As for Alvaro Morata that's been mentioned, can I just say as well, I didn't get a chance to say this yesterday because we didn't do a show after 2 o'clock, but it was announced by Manchester United yesterday that they are unveiling a Jimmy Murphy statue at the Stretford End in May next year. Fantastic news this is. Jimmy Murphy, fundamental to Manchester United, basically with Sir Matt Busby gravely ill after the Munich air tragedy. He basically got the club back up on its feet in the absence of Sir Matt Busby, and was a brilliant, massive part of Manchester United's heritage and history. So the fact that he's going to be getting a statue is fantastic. And I'd forgotten to mention that this morning. Will Rashford resign or go to a different team, says Vims? Rashford will sign a new contract, 100%. Worst case scenario, best case scenario, and mid scenario for the January transfer window. I'll come back to that. I just want to get through some of the news on the show. Also mentioned in the same article was about the loan to buy deal for Felix potentially being an option for Manchester United. Was Alvaro Morata. First time I've really heard Alvaro Morata be mentioned, and it was mentioned by Rob Dawson, who I think is a good journalist. And Alvaro Morata, I don't really think there's anything in it. I think it's just probably like all of us. You sat there going, well, if they don't get Cody Gakpo, what are United going to do? And I would put Morata in the category of Cavani. I'm not saying he's better than Cavani. I'm just saying that Morata is the sort of person who comes in for 6 months, puts himself in the shop window, and hopefully scores us a few goals. Gets us to the summer, and then in the summer you say bye-bye Morata, or you give him another contract, but you buy a striker. So Morata, like Sean Walker said, he could do a job like Cavani did for us. It's a risk. Of course it's a risk, because you're not actually buying a player for the future. You're doing another Cavani sort of deal. And, you know, if he doesn't settle or he doesn't do well, then, you know, you're still, you know better off. I think we all would like a signing in January. And it's very rare in January that you do get a situation where there are players available that can come into the club and be part of the build. And we've seen other clubs do this really well. I thought Diaz to Liverpool last January was an elite January transfer window signing, and the sort of signing that proves that this ridiculous myth that the January transfer window is for people who are desperate. I think that's almost Glazer-nomics. You know, I would study where this origin of the January transfer window is about clubs who are desperate comes from. Maybe it was at one time, but not anymore. We bought Bruno Fernandes in January. That wasn't a desperation deal, and we got top four because of it. Liverpool bought Diaz last season. Brilliant improvement to their squad. Spurs, I know they weren't permanent deals, they were loan deals, but Kulusevski and Bentancur massively boost their season. Those types of signings, I'm going to give some free advice here, and you know, clubs will know it already, but if I'm a Premier League club, if you want a bit of advice, do not treat this January transfer window like you can ignore it. Do not treat this January transfer window like it's for desperate clubs. Look at the signing of Bruno, look at the sign of Diaz, look at the signing of Kulusevski. Those three signings over the last 2 or 3 years have kick-started all those clubs. They weren't desperation signings. They were signings to improve that club mid-season, and it worked. This is the most unprecedented, relentless season we'll ever see. I don't even know. I don't think people understand just how impactful this is going to be. Arsenal are top of the league by quite a long way. They could finish 5th if they don't do anything in the January transfer window. It's like a new season with a head start. You know what? If you like Formula One, I would say that this season, this Premier League season, is like this. If you've ever watched Formula One car racing, on the day before the race, they do qualifying lap, who's quickest to see where you are on the grid. And then on the second day, you do the actual race. I would say that this Premier League season is a bit like that. The bit before the World Cup was qualifying for position. The second part is the proper race. The proper race starts on Boxing Day for the Premier League. You might be first now, you might be second, you might be third, you might be fourth, but that doesn't guarantee you're going to be there in May, because any momentum you built up is gone. It's a completely different race now. And if you don't act well in January, I think you can fall down very, very, very quickly. Do you know what players will be back available for the Forest and Burnley game? Sorry if you answered this before. I'm going to cover that as well, Cads, don't worry. Felix can also be a Sancho replacement if it doesn't work out for him, says Andre. Also, we hope we get the best owners. And Bruno Guimaraes to Newcastle was in January as well, Daniel. Exactly. I personally think the myth about January transfers being desperate probably come from chairmen and CEOs of clubs that don't want to spend in January. But I think the January transfer window in the last few years has become exactly what it should be. Part of your transfer strategy. It's another transfer window where you can move players on and bring players in, because it's very difficult to do all your business in one summer, to get rid of everybody and bring everybody in. It's absolutely common sense to use the January transfer window as efficiently as some clubs are now. But yeah, Morata would obviously be brought in and allow you to wait till the summer. But for the reasons I've just said, I don't think we need to do a Morata deal. I think we should be dealing in January and using it as it is. I think the days of bringing in players to cover you off till the end of the season I don't think you need to do that. I hope we don't as well. But not that I don't think Morata's a bad player, but I think there are other options out there. So it'd be interesting. It'd be very interesting to see what happens with that. Just very quickly, just before I forget. So there was actually an update in the Manchester Evening News this morning about this, but it's pretty common knowledge anyway. So Eriksen was back in training yesterday, which was the first training session since the players got back from Spain. So Eriksen had about a week and a half off, and then he's come back training. Maguire, Rashford, Shaw, Bruno, Delot, Anthony, Malacia, Casemiro and Fred are all back next Monday. No news on a right back at the moment, Darren, apart from what we covered yesterday about Gusto and Dumfries and everybody, so no news today. So Maguire, Casemiro, etc. are back in training on Monday. Now, how many of those can play on Wednesday night against Burnley? A week tonight, we're back! We're black, we're bloody, we're back! We're back, we're back, we're back! We're back! We're playing with... but we're playing Burnley as well a week tonight. Can't wait. And it'll be interesting to see who can play in that game, because Maguire and co will train on the Monday. They've not gone on their holidays. I think they'll be fit to play. I think they will be back. I think they will be fit to play. So I think they'll all be available for that Burnley game and massively strengthen us. I mean, I think we've been a bit lucky. Remember me moaning a couple of weeks ago saying that the integrity of the Carabao Cup is in the mud. We'll barely be able to put a team out, and Burnley have played 2 championship games before then, but we have got players back. We also have got an update on Martinez and Varane. They will be back playing in the following Monday, so that they probably won't be able to play against Forest, because Varane and Martinez come back a week on Monday. We play Forest on the Tuesday night, so it's very unlikely that they would come back in and play the very next day. Probably be back for Wolves, if I'm honest. Somebody just mentioned in the chat there that about Benzema. I haven't heard. Oh, it's Brian. Thank you, Brian. Have you heard the Benzema stuff? No. I haven't, so it must be a load of shit. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about it at all. So, yeah, I mean, Benzema to Manchester United. Why would Real Madrid sell a Ballon d'Or, the current Ballon d'Or holder? I don't see that at all. But I think we've got to keep it realistic. I don't think I'd feel ashamed if I did a video on Benzema to United. I mean, I know we have done videos like that in the past, but I think we need to be a little bit better than that, don't we? It's like I always say about journalism. There is the Times, the Telegraph, and then there is the Daily Star. And I'm not having a pop at the Daily Star, but I very rarely would mention them, because it's just not... I'm not going to do a video on Benzema, basically. It's just... I know how impressionable people can be, and they might believe it. It's not... like Just Keevan said, let's not disrespect Benzema as well. Why would Benzema leave a club in the Champions League to come to the Europa League? He's the Ballon d'Or winner. It's just nonsensical. As Josh says, appreciate that, Mark. It's not taking your fans for fools. Exactly. If you're having to do a video on that, then you clearly aren't doing your job very well, are you? Or writing an article on that, because there's plenty of news to talk about. We've just spent 20 minutes talking about lots of stuff, and I've still got bits to talk about as well. I will be playing Football Manager next week, Raf. I might be playing FIFA later. I can't find my bloody controller anywhere. I tell you what, can't find my controller anywhere. Look at this. I found my old PS2, and I can't find my bloody PS4 controller, 5 controller anywhere. So if I find it, I'll play a bit of FIFA. I'm desperate to play FIFA career mode, but I can't find it. Anyway, I just want to talk about Memphis Depay as well, and then I want to answer that question I was asked, and then what else did I want to talk about? Yeah, 2 more things. Okay, keep your questions coming in. Thanks, everyone. So the Memphis Depay story is coming in from Barcelona. Sport is the outlet, which can be a bit hit and miss, but they are a Barcelona outlet. What they're saying is, I don't want to go on Amazon Vita and get a new PS5 controllers. Are bloody expensive as well, and they're not easy to get hold of. I still think it's difficult to get hold of a PS5. I can't believe it's been out for 2 years, and somebody said to me the other day, it's not even easy to get hold of a PS5 still. Weird world we live in. But that PS2, I don't even know where the wires are. I think that PS2, I used to play Pro Evo. Was it 06? Rooney was fucking brilliant in it. Used to get the ball to Rooney, and he was brilliant. I loved it. In fact, if I could find that game, I'd play it. I used to have it. I bet I bloody threw it away. I need to go in the loft. Anyway. But Memphis Depay updates from... I love these shows. We just wander off into different areas. What a great community. What a great community. I was having a very big conversation today about the United stand, which is very exciting for you lot. I can't give too much away because it's about 6 weeks too early, but very excited if we can pull it off. It'd be really good. That sounds completely wrong. Anyway, forgetting that sort of stuff, let's talk about... I tell you what, on the quiz today as well, I was just uploaded it, and I just thought I'll listen to the first minute just to see what it's like. And there's a comment from me in the first 2 minutes that I was like, that's a sus thing to say. If you remember, you'll know what I said. Hi, Mart. Is Felix enough to get us top 4 this season? If not, what's priorities? Says Patrick. I personally don't think we will get... You know what? I've always also found as well. I'll show you in a minute. It's on my Instagram story at GoldbridgeMark if you've seen it. But let me talk to you about Memphis Depay. I see. I really don't want to talk about Memphis. You know, sometimes I go off on tangents. It's because I'm not that interested in that topic. Oh, look, a red car. I don't want to talk about Memphis. But anyway, Sport have updated. Makish says he loves me like a brother. Love you too, bro. Anybody want to just throw a comment in so I don't have to talk about Memphis Depay? Okay, so Sport, the Barcelona outlet in Spain, have basically said that Memphis will make his decision next week. Obviously, that coincides with him being back because Malasia's back next Monday for Manchester United. So Memphis will make his decision next week. This concerns me. It concerns me because, you know, we spoke about Morata there, we've spoken about João Felix, Gakpo, Leao, all these options, and Memphis stares us right in the face. He loves Manchester United, he's Dutch, he's available cheap, and he's a forward. In many ways, it's tick, 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 tick. I like Memphis, I just don't think this is the right move at all. And in fact, I'm going to be controversial and say I'd rather get Morata because at least Morata is short term until the summer and then you buy somebody in. Memphis, I think he's 28. You bring Memphis in and you're looking to try and get 3, 4, 5 years out of him. And I just don't see that. I don't see that. That Max says João to Arsenal could well happen. Look, I ain't judging anybody on the World Cup, but I don't think Memphis was brilliant. I mean, I'm not saying Gakpo was amazing, but I don't think Memphis was that good in the World Cup. And did you notice how in the game against Argentina, it was Bergwijn and Memphis who went off quite early and Gakpo stayed on? I mean, even Louis van Gaal knows. So for me, I'll back Memphis if he comes in, but I do worry about it happening. But apparently next week he's going to make his mind up. I mean, where is he going to go? I'm 50-50 with United on that. I mean, look, if Memphis is coming to United next week, that's our business done as a striker. That's it. We'll be sat watching Felix go to Chelsea, Gakpo go somewhere else, and that's probably my biggest problem with Memphis. By the way, it's not the player, it's what we're missing out on to get the cheap option. Because we'll take Memphis, and then all our rivals will go and get the players that we should probably be going for. Do you think Van Persie will have a role within the coaching for the first team? Says Dimitri. Yeah, saw the pictures yesterday of Van Persie at Manchester United doing some coaching. Now, apparently that's just part of coaching badges. There's nothing more to it than that. But remember, Memphis Depay, says Daniel Kirk. No thanks. Oh, that's a bit offensive, Daniel. Remember when Ten Hag got the job back in, was it April or May? Van Persie was heavily linked to United as being his assistant coach. Ten Hag would really like Van Persie to have come to Manchester United, but obviously ended up getting McLaren. He wanted someone with a United touch point, and Van Persie was the one he wanted, but he got McLaren. Now, I don't think Van Persie's about to join Manchester United, but I would love, you talk about ex-players, and they don't have to be English. They don't. Like, Van Persie was only at United for a short period of time, but he's an absolute quality technical footballer. And I would love Van Persie. I mean, he played for Arsenal a lot longer than he played for Man United, but he won us a title. Quality player. I would love Van Persie at Manchester United. And not because he's an ex-player, but just because he's, you can just tell he's got that quality. It's a bit like Van der Sar at Ajax, isn't it? They don't have to be Dutch. I'm not saying that. But, yeah, if we got Van Persie, we're not getting him because he was part of the class in 92 or he's on Sky or whatever like that. We're getting him because I think he's actually, very technically minded. But I don't know whether it's going to happen. Charlie Max says, I feel like we moved on very quickly from the Ronaldo fiasco. Credit to Erik ten Hag on to containing the situation. I think that the Ronaldo situation was dealt with very efficiently. And, I think I was thinking about that yesterday, Daniel. If Ronaldo had a really good World Cup and clubs were queuing up to get him, I still think we'd be in the same position. I don't think United could lose. Ronaldo could win, but I don't think United could lose. If he had done really well, I don't think it would have reflected bad on Ten Hag either, because Ten Hag wanted to keep him. So the person who's lost in this, and I think it's very sad, is Cristiano Ronaldo. But from Manchester United's point of view, it's it's gone quite well. Andre's running a poll in the chat. I wondered what the nines were. How would you rate Casemiro out of 10? Yeah, people. I just wonder what the nines were all about there. There was a question earlier that I want to answer, because when people put super chats in and stuff like that, and our members, I do want to answer it. So I'd love to answer all of you, but this was one I mentioned sooner. But also, we just had a chat from Matteo, who says, lots of rumours surrounding Vlahovic exit from Juventus. He'd be expensive, but would you like him to come to United? I do like Vlahovic, but I've never heard United being linked to him. I think it's a bit of a theory. It's a good theory, but I haven't heard anything about Man United being in for him. So there was a question earlier: worst case scenario, best case scenario, and likely scenario for the January transfer window. Well, best case scenario is you buy a right back like Gusto and you buy a striker like Gakpo. And then you've solved your two biggest problems with two exciting, talented players that Ten Hag can develop. So I think that's a best case scenario. Worst case scenario is you don't buy a right back and you bring Ethan Laird back, maybe. And I like Ethan Laird, but I think he's better off in the Championship. And then for striker, you go and get someone like Memphis or Morata. I'm not saying it wouldn't work, but I think it's a cheap option. And I think, if Laird comes back, it's free. And if you get Morata or Memphis, they're basically free as well. So it's a cheap, the worst case scenario is the cheap option. It might work, but it's cheap. And in football, you have to spend money if you want to be good. We all know that. The most likely scenario is, I think, that we just sign Cody Gakpo and don't buy a right back. So best case scenario, we buy a right back and Gakpo. Worst case scenario, we bring in a Memphis or a Morata on the cheap. And most likely scenario, we just buy Gakpo, I think. Peter says, I know he's 30, but what about Weghorst, Mark? Peter, I said this morning on the morning show that at some point Erik ten Hag will buy somebody that we don't really think is good enough, and he will turn them into something that is good enough. I wouldn't say that Weghorst is going to be a player that he looks at, but I don't think we know Ten Hag well enough to say he wouldn't buy that player or he wouldn't buy that player. If you look at what he did at Ajax, he is capable of buying an Arnautovic or someone like that. So that's the interesting thing about Ten Hag. I think with certain managers, with Pep, you can say he would never buy Weghorst, like he never would. But I think with Ten Hag, he is the sort of manager that could see a player like that and go, I actually like what he brings to the team and I can get more out of him. So I think Ten Hag is an interesting player, a manager where you can't always say he definitely wouldn't do that. Although, what we can say is that Wan-Bissaka is never going to be the sort of fullback that he wants, because that is one area with Ten Hag where his fullbacks have got to be super stamina, back and forth like a yo-yo, and they've also got to be super intelligent. And I'm not saying that Wan-Bissaka or anyone who can't do it is thick, but I mean in a footballing way, you've got to play right back, right wing, and right midfield in a Ten Hag system as a fullback, because you are basically going to invert, overlap, get back to support your centre back. Wan-Bissaka is just a defensive right back. That's what he is. He's never going to work in a Ten Hag system. So I think there are certain positions in a Ten Hag system where certain players wouldn't work. You know, I can think of plenty of left backs that wouldn't work at United. It's not just picking on Wan-Bissaka. I don't think Targett at Newcastle would work in a Ten Hag system, because I just can't imagine him being able to play like a Luke Shaw plays. Yeah. Focus on League, Europa in that order. Forget the rest, says Cads. Yeah, I would agree with you on that, but the Burnley game is so exciting that next week, because we haven't played in ages, and Burnley are playing quite well, so I think it'll be a very interesting game. I also just want to say as well, and I said this last night on Twitter, so if you follow me on Twitter, you'll already know it. Alvarez played really well last night. I'm doing France against Morocco on That's Football tonight. Watch along, tune in for that. But let's not forget, this time last year, Rangnick said to Manchester United, Alvarez and Enzo Fernandez, and somebody in the club said no. I'll just leave you with that for a moment. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So Rangnick said Alvarez and Enzo Fernandez, and United said no. Not tried to get them and didn't get them. They said no. He also mentioned Akanji, Lema, and Kunku, Vardiel. So in the space of 6 months, the players that we know that Rangnick recommended to Man United: Enzo Fernandez, Alvarez, Akanji, Lema, Vardiel, and Kunku. So Enzo Fernandez is tearing it up at Benfica, and most top teams want him. Alvarez is doing it in a World Cup semi-final and is at Man City. Akanji is doing it for Man City. Lema's about to go to Bayern Munich, and Kunku is going to go to Chelsea, and Vardiel's going to go somewhere good as well. I mean, Ralph didn't miss, did he? He didn't miss, and he didn't get listened to. And I'll always say this: people slag Rangnick off because he didn't do well as a coach. But people with brains got excited about Rangnick because we wanted him to be director of football. People dismiss Rangnick because, the blue tick journalists say he's rubbish. He was never meant to be a coach. He was meant to be a sporting director. And we wouldn't shift our sporting director out of the club to give him the sporting director role. Imagine if Rangnick had been the sporting director, where we would be. He would have been involved in the managerial process. People say, well, Ten Hag didn't want to work with Rangnick. If Rangnick had been given the responsibility he should have done, Rangnick would have been involved in recruiting Ten Hag, and Ten Hag wouldn't have had a bloody choice. So, I think Rangnick was absolutely spot on. We needed open heart surgery. He recommended the right players, and they ignored him. And then he's been kicked and confined to history, into the rubbish bin, because people judge him as a manager when actually he's a sporting director. And that's, as Dougie says, what could have been. What could have been. And the big thing people will say to you, yeah, but Ten Hag didn't want to work with Rangnick. Because Ten Hag was asked to work with Rangnick by the person that was director of football. Rangnick should have been director of football recruiting Ten Hag. So Ten Hag either goes, I don't want to come to Man United, or I do. Like, there shouldn't have been a question about that. We screwed up, and I'll never, ever get over that. Because when we appointed Rangnick, I didn't really want him to be the coach, but I was like, let him start off as a coach, and then in the summer, move him upstairs. What did we do? Recruited him for something he couldn't do, and then kicked him out before he could do the thing that he's good at. Stupid. Anyway, thanks everyone for watching. Really appreciate it. Don't forget, we're sponsored by Manscaped. Trim the grass to make the yard look bigger. Fantastic Christmas present for yourself or somebody else. Get 25% off and free delivery with the link in the description, or scan the QR code next to me. The code is United Stand. Big shout out to Manscaped. I'm on That's Football at 7:15 tonight for France against Morocco. Come on, Varane. A lot of you will be saying, come on, Morocco. They got no chance, I'm telling you. And what else? What else? Obviously, there will be an evening show at 9 o'clock if there's anything to report, but there wasn't last time. And please do, if you want to check out our latest members video, it went out about an hour ago. If you are a member, make sure you watch it, get involved with it. You can click the join button, or I think that's how you do it, or the link's in the live chat to do it. It's episode 2 of our first to 5 quiz, where you can play interactively against us. Check that out, and I'll speak to you all in a little bit. Thanks for watching. I don't know whether I'm going to be on Twitch. I will be on Twitch at some point this week, Linus, but it's I can't find my controller. I'm going to go in the loft now. I'm finding all sorts of stuff. Oh, I know what I forgot. This is what I found. Who had one of them? Who had one of them? Found that as well. I used to love my Wii. I used to love my Wii. Grand Slam tennis. What else was on the Wii that was good? Mario Kart. Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant. One of the best games EA ever made was Grand Slam tennis. You actually were playing like, I used to get knackered playing people from America and stuff. I'd get really up for it. You hit a winner down the line. You'd be, have that, McEnroe, get in a bin. I loved it. But anyway, look, I'm going down memory lane here, and it's a United channel. Bowling was good as well. I'll tell you what I've got as well. I'm getting excited now. This was for the Wii. Look. Who had one of them? You put your controller in that, you play Mario Kart like that. Loved it. I might set that up. Thanks everyone for watching anyway. Take care everyone, and I might be on Twitch in a bit. I'm going to go in the loft now. If not, 7:15 tonight, France versus Morocco on That's Football. And I'll speak to you all in a bit. Hello everybody, good afternoon and welcome to the United Stand. This is your latest Manchester United news and transfer news, as Manchester United ponder a loan offer for João Felix and also a teammate of his if they can't get João Felix. Interesting updates there. Also, Memphis
I think Oda accidentally leaked the script to the Egghead Island arc. Like, haven't you noticed that the Egghead Island arc is basically Ohara 2.0? Both have a legendary scholar, both have a knowledgeable landmass, and both are being attacked by both Cypher Pole and Admirals. Today we're going to explore everything that will certainly happen during the Egghead Island arc. And we've had several theories come true, but there's way more to talk about. Make sure to hit the like, subscribe, and notification bell to never miss an upload from the best One Piece theorist, me. So first we have to talk about why this is an Ohara 2.0. So there's tons of parallels between the Ohara flashback from Robin's childhood as well as the Egghead Island arc. The first one being that there's 2 legendary scholars at both of these arcs, and both of these scholars are labeled as knowing too much. Both of these scholars are also friends with Dragon, and both of these scholars praise a knowledgeable landmass. Both are also visited by Cypher Pole, and both are visited by Admirals. Also, both have Robin as a staple in the arc. Now there's actually a lot more parallels and similarities in that, but I'm sure it convinced you guys by now. So let's take a look at what could happen to Egghead Island because of this parallel. The first being Egghead Island itself. If we take a look at Ohara, that island was nuked. It was pretty much buster called and destroyed because they were learning about poneglyphs, they were learning about the Void Century. Keep in mind that they said that Ohara knew too much, and we know through Vegapunk's dialogue, Vegapunk himself, he even says he knows too much. Again, I believe that this is a little nugget, this is a little clue foreshadowing that the island itself is going to be destroyed. We also have Cypher Pole showing up to O'Hara, as well as Cypher Pole showing up to Egghead Island. And funnily enough, when Cypher Pole does show up to Egghead Island, they are labeled as a catastrophe. They are catastrophe bringers. I feel like this is Oda's subtle way of inferring that the island is going to be destroyed, much like O'Hara was. But let's keep in mind that Buster Calls are kind of out of date. Nowadays, the Marines, they're using Admirals, they're using Seraphim, they're using all sorts of other tools to erase people and islands. So the question is, what are they going to use to destroy Egghead? I think one of the answers is actually something that's pretty relevant, something that just happened in the story. Look at Lulusia Island. I don't know what that was, whether it was an ancient weapon, emu, or some devil fruit, maybe NL like some people say. Kind of weird. Regardless of what that was, I think that's going to be a precursor for what happens to Egghead Island. Because again, funnily enough, Lucci was connecting pieces about why they're going after Vegapunk. He suspected that maybe it has something to do with Lulusia Kingdom. Now, if you guys remember my Kizaru vid where I was talking about how he's most likely going to come to Egghead, which did come true, I mentioned that it's very likely that Vegapunk is connected to Dragon. And seeing how the island or the kingdom of Lulusia was protected by revolutionaries, this would make sense why Lucci referred to Lulusia while also going for Vegapunk. So not only do we have a connection between Vegapunk and Dragon being tied, but I think this is Oda's subtle way of saying that Egghead is going to be 16 beamed lasered just like Lulusia Kingdom. It was basically a precursor for what was gonna happen to Egghead Island. And all of this is because Vegapunk knows too much, just like O'Hara, just like Professor Clover. And just one more little tidbit, I feel like Oda's pattern here, Oda's intention is to build up this grandiose island, this island that's deeply connected to the ancient kingdom, all this great technology, just to destroy it, just to eradicate it. He does this with characters, he does this with other islands, and more specifically, the fact that this is deeply connected and related to the ancient kingdom is even a bigger red flag. Like, they are going to erase this island. With Vegapunk being 500 years advanced, no one else is going to be able to run this island. No one else is going to be able to utilize this technology, at least at a scientific level. So if they're trying to get rid of Vegapunk, then surely they would try to get rid of the island, which is why I believe Vegapunk is trying to leave the island. Yes, they're targeting him, but I'm expecting him to expect the island to get destroyed. Now let's talk about the scholar. Let's talk about Vegapunk. Is he going to survive the Egghead Island arc? My answer is yes. I think he's actually going to survive, unlike Clover did. Now, technically, this isn't a parallel because Clover did die, whereas I believe Vegapunk's going to live. I believe this is simply just going to be an inversion. Now, in this case, we have Vegapunk protected by Luffy, more specifically Gear 5 Luffy, the strongest creature in the world, whereas Clover didn't really have backup. Yeah, he had Saul, I guess, and little old Robin, her mom. Like, he didn't have this whole army in this workforce to defend him. But this time's different. I believe Luffy is going to help Vegapunk and get him on the ship and get him to safety. Now, even though Luffy is going to accept Vegapunk to hop on the ship and sail the 7 seas, I don't believe this is going to make Vegapunk himself a crewmate. I simply think it's going to be like a Vivi situation. They hop on the ship, please take me to this location, please get me over there, and you know, it's kind of done and settled. Yes, Oda kind of teased the idea of Vivi joining the crew, but ultimately we know that didn't happen. I believe the same fate will await Vegapunk. He'll hop on the ship, but he's not going to join the crew. And I think it's really too late to have these pirates and these crewmates join anyways. The whole purpose of having pirates join the crew and go through Luffy's journey is to help him be Pirate King, as well as accomplish their own goals. But the facts here say that Luffy has 3 road poneglyphs. He is 1 road poneglyph from being complete and going to Laugh Tale. That ship has pretty much sailed. It is way too late to have a new crewmate. So I don't really see Vegapunk actually becoming a crew member, like an official one. Now, I personally believe that Vegapunk is gonna want to go to Elbaf and, you know, kind of jump ship and stay there, but it's kind of possible that maybe he'll go to Laugh Tale, because Vegapunk, ever since Clover died, or this mysterious friend that he was alluding to not too long ago, ever since they died, I believe that's really motivated him to want to learn about the Void Century. And given the context of Laugh Tale, the One Piece, the real poneglyph that's supposed to be on Laugh Tale, I think it would actually be in his best interest to go to Laugh Tale. And speaking about Laugh Tale, I just made a video about it. If you're wondering where I think it is with all sorts of concrete evidence, check the link at the top right of the screen. It's a banger theory. And just to consider, like, why would Luffy and the crew allow Vegapunk to go on the ship to Laugh Tale? There would have to be some kind of reason. I think one simple reason is Vegapunk helping Frankie with all sorts of technology. Yes, Frankie did spend time at Baltimore during the time skip and he got a lot of technology himself, but let's remember that's where Vegapunk was born. Surely he's a lot better and he's a lot more advanced now, so to see him work with Frankie Frankie possibly would be really great for the Straw Hat crew. Now, although I see Vegapunk living due to the help of Luffy and the crew, I do see the 6 Vegapunks dying. Those moons, they're gone, they're gonna die. I think Lucci and the Admiral Kizaru are gonna end up showing up and, you know, wiping them out. And you know what, it's fine, they're robots after all, you know, it is what it is. Now let's talk about the Admiral showing up, Kizaru, or Kizaru, however you say it. This guy, he's showing up to the island. Now I actually predicted this in one of my past videos, and the logic is pretty simple. Like, we know that Kizaru was deeply connected to Sentomaru, and being that Vegapunk works for the Marines, of course he would have contact with an Admiral. The connection's pretty simple there, especially when you consider last arc how Kizaru was very eager to go to Wano. I think he was even more eager to go now. Like, I kind of foresaw this coming. Now there's all sorts of things that can happen with Kizaru coming to Egghead Island, but let's talk about a few that I find very interesting. The first one is maybe Zoro stays behind and lets Luffy and Cole run up ahead while he stays behind and he has a little tussle with the Admiral until it gets interrupted. This would give Zoro some shine up against an Admiral. I think a lot of fans would enjoy that, and it would kind of serve Zoro a good purpose, especially with learning about Enma and the Grim Reaper. And then this would also, in my opinion, have Zoro very wounded. Now, a classic pattern that we see in Oda's writing is he likes to really wound Zoro, have him nerfed for an arc, and then the arc after that come out as a boss. This can be the setup for that. Another option is Luffy fighting Kizaru. Now, it's been pretty evident throughout the story that Yonko are above Admiral. Seeing how Luffy defeated a Yonko, the world's strongest creature, Luffy is above Admiral. Now, I don't think that'll be like a low diff fight. I don't even think it would be a mid diff fight. It would probably be a high diff fight. But my instincts, my intuition tells me if this was to happen, I don't think Luffy's gonna actually take out and defeat Kizaru, because that might actually result in him getting kicked out of the Marines, and I don't know if they would necessarily replace another Marine this late into the story. So perhaps there will be a situation where Luffy is fighting Kizaru and he's putting work in, but ultimately the fight is not concluded. And my last option for Kizaru is actually Dragon. Now, if you think about the end of Wano, Shanks pulled up and he stopped Admiral Green Bull, which, by the way, was another correct prediction. I think it would make a lot of sense for Dragon to show up, given that Vegapunk told him he's about to die, and this whole situation wherever Kuma's going, I think Kuma's probably going to go to Egghead. I think it would make a lot of sense for Dragon to actually show up, especially since we're gearing up towards the finale of One Piece. Now would be a very interesting way to see Dragon show up and just pretty much like low diff, or maybe, you know, send off Kizaru, much like Shanks did at the end of Wano. And just to quickly touch on Kuma, hey, yo! We know from the Reverie that Oda's been painting a picture of him being the father of Bonnie. Now, I think what's going on here is he somehow knows that Bonnie is on Egghead Island. I think there could be a very simple explanation for this, and he's going straight for his daughter. This is like father-daughter love we're seeing. This could result into him dying, actually, because he had all those IV tubes on him. He lost a lot of his personality and, you know, his will. I think this could actually be the finale of Kuma, especially since Oda's been building up this reunion between Bonnie and Kuma. I think Bonnie and Kuma finally reuniting in Egghead Island just for Kuma to die for her will be kind of similar to what Luffy did if you think about like Marineford. He was trying to reunite with Ace, he finally gets to him, boom, Ace dies. Perhaps we'll even have like a double page spread where like Kuma, you know, jumps in front and like saves Bonnie and dies in the process. We'll have to wait and see. Now, the final topic is Blackbeard versus Law, because this is technically a part of the Egghead Island arc. So it has been a few chapters since we've seen them fight. I believe at this point in the recording it has been like 4 or 5 chapters. I don't think we're gonna pick up at the exact moment we left off. I think we're gonna pick up towards the end of the fight, you know, those last 5-10 minutes. And if I recall correctly, I believe something pretty similar to Blackbeard versus Ace actually happened too. Now, the real question that we're all wondering here is, will Law die? Now, I think this is actually determined with something very important about Blackbeard's character, which is a different question. Does Blackbeard know about the perpetual youth surgery? I think depending on if he does or if he doesn't, that will result in Law dying or not. Now, again, if we think back to Blackbeard versus Ace, we saw that Blackbeard talked about how he had a Devil Fruit encyclopedia. In my personal opinion, I believe Oda insinuated that Blackbeard had the old version, because apparently there seems to be an old and new version of the Devil Fruit encyclopedia. I believe Blackbeard has the old version. That's how he learned about the Yami Yami no Mi. So perhaps the old version where he learned about the Yami fruit, he also learned about the Ope fruit as well as the perpetual youth surgery. This could be an easy explanation for why Law will die in order for Blackbeard to utilize the perpetual perpetual youth surgery. And just to clarify, guys, it is perpetual youth surgery. Yes, immortality, but this means the character will not die from natural means. They will not die from age. They could only be killed by artificial means. For an example, if Law used a perpetual youth surgery on Luffy, this would make Luffy eternally young, but if someone stabbed Luffy's heart, then Luffy would die. That's what the perpetual youth surgery means. So again, if Blackbeard knows about the operation, he can simply force Law to use it, or Blackbeard will kill Law. Because don't forget, there's doctors all around the globe of One Piece. There's doctors in Drum Island. He even recruited a doctor for his crew. There are doctors all around One Piece. He can easily get a doctor to use that fruit and make him perpetually youthful. Now, in the case that Blackbeard doesn't know about the operation, I think he can actually force Law to work with him. And I think this would make a lot of sense for the story. If you look into Edward Lowe, the real life pirate that inspired Law, he actually carried the flag of Blackbeard when he began his own pirate journey. Now, I don't believe that Law in One Piece did the same thing. Like, I don't think he was originally a Blackbeard pirate. I mean, I sort of did think that was possible, but it might be an inversion. Again, Edward Lowe, he began with the Blackbeard pirate flag and then made his own, but then Law will have his own flag and then merge into a Blackbeard pirate. A cool little inversion. Now, for more details about Law joining Blackbeard, we also have to consider the finale of Wano. When Luffy and Law were splitting up and departing, Law told Luffy that next time they see each other, they will be enemies. So if Blackbeard doesn't know about the operation and he forces Law to work with him or for him, surely this would come to fruition. We would look at that panel of Law talking to Luffy and we would point at it and we'd be like, yes, that was foreshadowing how they were gonna eventually be enemies. Why? Because Law is now working with Blackbeard, or at least forced to. Now, one of the most popular theories in One Piece is that Law is a member of Sword, and another separate theory is that Kuzan is a member of Sword. Now, the whole point of Sword, as it seems, is that it's a marine organization that is opposing the Celestial Dragons, or at least that's the most likely option for it. So given the case that Law and Kuzan are both members of Sword, if Law was forced to work with Blackbeard, perhaps him and Kuzan could actually leave the Blackbeard pirates and go do some sword stuff, you know, kind of defect from the crew. Because one thing we need to consider is that the Blackbeard pirates currently outnumber the Straw Hat pirates. If you include Kuzan with that crew, the Straw Hat pirates are outnumbered by one crewmate. So perhaps Law and Kuzan will actually leave the crew, and this will cause Blackbeard pirates versus Straw Hat pirates to be evenly matched. But basically, the Egghead Island arc is Ohara 2.0, but Vegapunk will survive, Egghead Island will be destroyed, and the Kizaru fight will be interrupted.
Because I know I'm back. Cause I know she gon' break my heart. I can feel it all. I can feel it all.
Since the Dortmund days. He's entered demon mode this season alongside Cristiano leading the attack. 49 appearances
I
each, 17
can
goals, 12
feel
assists,
it
double
all.
figures in both categories, and he earned himself a 7.15 average match
I
rating, which was
can
higher than
feel
CR7
it
himself. I guess that's what a season with no injuries looks like.
all.
The number 25 proved them doubted me
Yeah.
wrong, and also earning
When
himself
it
that
back to the
5-star
lights
rating.
off,
The only stats close
but
to
I
matching
can
that
feel
is
it
shooting
all.
and ball control.
And
Both
she
in the
gon'
90s,
call me
however, his
late
stamina has
night.
improved up to a 74,
So
which
I
we all know
came
is probably one of the
for,
most important
but I
attributes in
can't
career
talk to
mode. He's
her.
still got all of his
Because
traits,
I
so
know
we're
she
probably there
gon'
to sign
break
him up on a
my
Arabian deal. We need to get this man
heart.
paid, as he is now valued on the transfer market
I
at
can
79 million
feel
pounds.
it
Last season he had
all.
earned himself a 70%
I
rise. It's
can
the comeback
feel
story
it
that United fans
all.
want to see. Season 1
I
nothing
can
short of
feel
amazing. Let's
it
hope he can build upon
all.
those performances.
Can
Second season at Video,
feel.
but his third year at Old Trafford.
I
Now it's only
can
fair
feel
that the
it
fans get the pay
all.
grade upgrade. He's the highest value player on
I
the roster
can
at
feel
United. He
it
is the man.
all.
Crucial first team
I
squad role, 1 year
feel.
extension, and 200k
I
a week. He's
can
collecting a
feel
pretty
it
penny, but at the end of
all.
the day, if he repays us with goals and assists, I am more than
Na
happy to
na
pay
na
him
na
the big
na
bucks. He's earned it. This
na
time
na
around,
na
he's
na
another
na na.
plans. He's training this year. He's got to be focusing on that attack and work rate. The wide winger plan will be applied, focusing on sprint speed, crossing, curve, agility, and balance, hopefully boosted into the 90s, and of course stamina. Back in the Champions League and pushing for more success. So let's see if he can guide United back to the promised land, as the board want us to at least win one piece of silverware. It's the Euros year, and Sancho's performances have warranted him that national team call-up. He's back in Southgate's plans. He's jet-setting on international duty with the Three Lions. He's back in that left winger spot. Him, on Watkins, and Saka, the front three, try to get used to it, people. Sancho back balling on the international scene and could potentially get
Na 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 na.
Euros call-up too.
Na 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 na.
Personal
Na
career
na
now.
na na na
He's
na
got
na.
a situation
Na
is
na
now
na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Oh my gosh, ain't no way I missed all of that shot. I can't feel it all. Oh, I'm locked Chimira, let's go.
And that's where they fell. Not another magical night in Paris. It was a 5-3 aggregate elimination, and then they went on to lose to Man City. So Sancho's former club, City won the treble. I hope he's not regretting his decision
What
to
the?
move to the inside of Manchester. Let's take a look at these statistics.
Oh my god, dude.
The club top goal scorer was one of them. 27 goals and 15 assists for the English baller, plus 2 to his overall. He's rightfully upset with the team performance, closing in on that 90 world-class status. With 42 goal contributions in 54 appearances, these are Ballon d'Or numbers, and that gained him an average back rating of 7.40. Not only that, he took out the Golden Boot race in the Premier League with 23 goals. It's a low tally to win the Golden Boot, and he's going to be
I've reached the goal for today. Level 120, but I'm gonna keep playing.
Also managed to get a few more dark green attributes. Now with his first maxed out stat, dribbling at 99. Still only 24 years of age, he's a couple seasons away from being in his prime, so these are still early doors. I swear people have forgotten how young Sancho is before they've called him a flop. He still has so much time at Old Trafford to get it right. His market value has soared. As a result, he is now worth £102 million in the transfer.
What the?
14%.
Can't even question about that.
He's not a one-dimensional player. He can score goals, he can get hits, he just creates mayhem. And not only that, his efforts have been rewarded by the Premier League, getting the Player of the Month award. Also, wrapping up the Golden Boot, he has had a year to remember. His future at United might be up in the air. He is the Euros group they've been dealt, or its group C alongside Belgium, Romania, and the Czech Republic. It's going to be tricky, but we all know in international competitions, anything can happen. It's happened again. happened again. There was just no way. There is no way. It was a Euro 2020 final replay, and Italy literally won the exact same way they won in 2020 on penalties after it was 1-1 in extra time. And Sancho falls the final hurdle with his nation. I hope he didn't miss a penalty like he did in 2020. What a run from England it was, though. After they came second in the group to Belgium, they managed to take down Austria in the quarterfinals 2-1. Then managed to get by Norway 2-1. So a little bit of an easy
Na
run
na
to the
na
final.
na na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Bro, I need to change my magazine. So I can feel it all. And she don't call me late night. So I can feel this fall. And it's just so hard. Because I know she won't break my heart. Nobody's here.
Club status, and at the moment, we're struggling on the transfer list to see what clubs are interested. A player of his world-class quality needs to be playing Champions League football. It means on that we will be playing a different development plan. Our playmaker now being activated. Hopefully that can get him across the line and into the 90s. I think Sancho's earned the captain's armband. Whether he's staying or going, the ex-Man City Academy player deserves to be captain of their crosstown rivals. As a United fan, you love to see he doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to go and play football anywhere else. His heart's in Manchester, but for the sake of his career, I'm just looking at options. I'm keeping it at 100. The first offer is right through the door, and it is a club I had no idea had this kind of money lying around. Atalanta, or Bergamo Calcio, as they are in FIFA 23. £122 million, not bad, but I don't think that's a step up in my opinion. I'm sorry, but we'll be rejecting that offer for now. Oh, this time it is an English outfit. Chelsea? Surely not. I don't think so. Way too unrealistic. They've offered more money than Atalanta, plus a player that Chilwell. There's no way. I'm not letting that one happen, especially to a Premier League rival. To play Potter, I'm not even going to get the chance. They couldn't live with their own failure. So where did that bring them? Back to Sancho. Yeah, Man City will come rolling back. Their former prodigal son. I'm giving up on him all those years ago. Now they've offered up £89.9 million plus Bernardo Silva. Yeah, I'm sorry. That is a flat-out rejection. There is no way I'm sending him to the other side of the city.
What the frick, man? I don't understand that. Like, bro, I shot him many times, but he not dead. What kind of BS is this? God damn, we got sniped. What the heck? Let me have a chance to kill, brother. Yeah, damn, we be killing, just stealing my kills. I want to use the Chimera. Oh my days. Oh my god, this gun is quick.
But it's just not happening for our now 90 rated baller. Deadline day is upon us, and that hasn't stopped more offers coming this time from the likes of Arsenal, Monaco, both offering up 147 million. And then the old enemy, Bayern Munich. I was on the verge of accepting this one, and then I remembered Sancho's Dortmund history. I just do that to PVP. I feel sorry for them. They've just had way too many club heroes leave for Bayern Munich over the years. We'll be rejecting that one. Sancho staying at United for one more year. It's an executive decision. I think he deserves one last chance. He's now one of the world's best. Potentially be up there for a top 4 Ballon d'Or nomination. Considering Sancho staying at Old Trafford, we decided to bolster up his backup brigade. We bring the likes of Tapsoba, Raspadori off the bench, Serginho Dest, and we went all out to get a proven top goal scorer. Dusan Vlahovic, swapping out with Marcus Rashford. I should feel bad, I should feel sorry, but I guess they get to play with each other on the international scene with England's fourth stint at United. Here goes nothing. Rejecting temptations from other English clubs, keeping Jaden at United, it proved to be one of the right decisions, as the Red Devils, for the first time since 2013, have taken home the Premier League title with 86 points. He's guided them to a league win over former team City by 6
But I
points.
can feel
An
it all.
outstanding showing from the
And
boys,
she
and I'm sure
gon'
those
call me
summer signings
late
bolstered
now,
their
but I
chances.
can feel
And
this
over in the
fall.
FA Cup,
Maybe
England's noted
it's
player
all
at
so
Wembley was out
hard.
4-1 to Chelsea
Guess
in
I
the
know
big
she
game and
gon'
couldn't
break
take home a
my
domestic double. But yeah, without
heart.
double.
apartments, which has just come naturally to him at this point. It's crazy to think about, considering he only has one maxed out attribute, 99 dribbling. Part of plateauing and being a stable asset is the most valuable one.
We need better the lights off. We need better the lights off. But I can't feel it all. And she gon' call me late night, so I can't fall. But I can't talk to her, cause I know she gon' break my heart. I can feel it all. I can feel it all. I can feel it all. I can feel it all.
We need better the lights off. We need better the lights off. But I can't feel it all. And she gon' call me late night, so I can't fall. We need better the lights off. But I can't feel it all. And she gon' call me late night. I can't fall. We need better the lights off. But I can't feel it all. I can't feel with the lights off. I can't feel with the lights off. But I can't feel it all. And she gon' call me. We need better the lights off. But I can't feel it all. And she gon' call me late night, so I can't fall. I can feel it all. When you burn the lights off, but I can't feel it all. And she gon' call me late night, so I can fall, but I can't talk to her, 'cause I know she gon' break my heart. I can feel it all. I can feel it all. I can feel it all.
Ale blah ale. I'm back. Bro, imagine using last stand, bro. God damn, it's loud. Why is it so loud? God damn, it's loud. Bro, who's that? What is that? Oh, it be dumb as hell, bro. Dumb shit, dumb stuff like that makes me want to play this game more. I'll be like cool at a best. I let it blah, let it with the champion. Na 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 na. Usman Dembele, yeah, It's the same. It's the same guy again. Oh my days. Bro, stop. Just stop, bro. Usman Dembele, yeah, Chichi. I don't care. I'm gonna get copyrighted. If we win later, I don't care if we get copyrighted. If we get copyrighted and we lost later, I will bloody delete the stream. I don't want it to be in my memory. Oh my days, I'm gonna hit you. I didn't mean to do that. My fault. Kylian Mbappe. Kylian Mbappe. Bro, Mbappe looks so young in 2018. God damn. Usman Dembele. Usman Dembele. Aiyaku Arabesa. Oh my gosh, I'm more bullets. Oh, I need to use the weapon. Conte, Angulo, Conte, always sabe, Conte, Angulo, Conte. God damn. Angulo, Conte, Asu, Kipembe, 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 Kipembe. Paul Pogba. Oh, I missed all my shot. That's my fault. Oh, there's a gay guy here. Alright, I need to try hard. I killed him and then he killed me. Wow. Get off. I think I have a right shield, so it's perfect for me to hide like this. There's a lot of people there. God damn. Bro, there's the end of my leg. What the heck? Bro, it's so vibrant inside of him, man. Golly. Somewhere on city. Cici. Allahu Akbar. Aku elbesa ale 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 champion ale it's my GDI. It's my GDI. It's my GDI. Killing Mbappe. Killing Mbappe. I'm gonna turn on my mic and just singing this. Aku abesa ale 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 campeón ale sabe conte ángulo conte sabe conte ángulo conte sabe conte ángulo conte sabe ángulo conte masu kipembe oh baba aku abesa ale 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 I can't hear anything though. Can you not hear anything? I can't hear anything. I cannot see anything, chat. Not see what am I on about to say? I can't hear anything. I can hear the sound, but I can't hear the game audio. Oh, I think because yep, it's the volume mixer. God damn it. Samuel, Titi. Samuel, Titi. Samuel, Titi. Samuel, Titi. Aku besa ale ale It's my GGI. It's my GGI. It's my GGI. Kylian Mbappe. Kylian Mbappe. With my name Mary. With my name Mary. I better. I live bloody. I live bloody. I better. I live bloody. Conte, Angulo, Conte, all I sabe, Conte, Angulo, Conte, sabe, Conte, Angulo, Conte, Angulo, Conte, Matsu, keep him back, oh shit! Oh. Oh shit! Kylian Mbappe. I'm not dancing with the party. I'm not dancing Mbappe. I do that with my damn belly. I do this with my damn belly. I'm here to I live, champion, I live. Angulo, Angulo, Conte. Alright, sabe, Conte. Angulo, Angulo, Conte. Conte. Angulo, Angulo, Conte. Angulo, Angulo, Conte. Masu, Kipembe, Kipembe, Kipembe. Oh shit. Kipembe. Oh, pol, papa. La verdad, ale hablarle, ay que se remueva, ale hablarle, la pura verdad, ale hablarle, con champion, ale, oh shit. Motherfucker. Ah!
Watching your six.
No. I'm taking a piss.
Jogando granada. Jogando granada. Fragmentação lançada.